Championship Sunday at America's Championship at Merion at a U.S. Open, 32 years removed from the last, where a century-old tradition of crowning legends continues, from Jones to Hogan to Trevino to Graham. Today, a long-awaited renewal for this East Course gem, packed along the streets of a neighborhood in Ardmore, Pennsylvania. Quaint and tougher than most ever thought possible. In fact, playing tougher than the two previous Opens played here 32 and 42 years ago by a significant margin. Just a little more than 2 hours from the final tee time, which will feature Hunter Mahan and Phil Mickelson. And we get you out to give a little taste of how the golf course is playing, and the best round going out there right now being put up by Martin Laird, who's at the quaint little 13th. He's got a 3-under round going, plus 10 for the championship. But as we're joined by Johnny Miller here, how do you think the golf course is going to play? How's the setup today, Johnny? What are the prospects of someone going low early?
Got strong hole locations today. This one here is way over on the right side, middle right, near the drop-off, going with a sand wedge, Laird. But I think you know, there's a 65 out there, but if you don't watch out and get the right distance like that shot, one hop berry, as you can see right there, the backspin just kept it from coming out of its own mark.
So far, no one's been able to better the 67s that have been turned in by Phil Mickelson, Billy Horschel, and Ricky Fowler, the latest to do it yesterday. That's a nice putt there by Rory McIlroy at the first.
I'm actually a little shocked that somebody hasn't shot around the mid 60s. You know, it's there, but
over at the fifth, Tiger for par. Triple bogey earlier at the par 5 second. Since then has strung together a few pars to stay at plus 11. And up ahead to 14. This is a par attempt for Mike Weir, who's got a 2-under round going. So we got a 3-under round going by Laird. We got 3 2-under rounds going. And a few players under par, but it's kind of staying tough. And back over to 13 for Scott Stallings. The little 13th today, playing 121 yards.
See if he can get the right distance and put it on an aggressive line, which he has done. That's a very fine shot with a nice little easy uphill putt.
Well, it has been a long time coming in this long chase for Phil Mickelson. One final step to try to finally get it done and win a U.S. Open. This is his 23rd try in a U.S. Open championship, 5 times a runner-up, a record second place finishes in this championship, Johnny, and everything just seems to be aligned. The moon, the stars, it's Father's Day, it's Phil's 43rd birthday. What do you think we're going to see out of Phil today?
Well, the only thing that can hold him back is if he just wants it too badly. And, you know, the start's going to be important for him. And then, of course, the finish for everybody, that fearsome 5 holes that is just killer tough, starting on 14. But for Phil, he's playing great. He really is. He is hitting the ball off the tee the best I've seen him. He's just using this 2-wood off the tee. They can hit about 290 when he wants to. His irons are very good. His putting is solid. There's no reason why he shouldn't win it, except for he's got a bunch of guys right behind him that are all really good players. They're really, really good. Mann, Schwartzel, Stricker, Rose, Donald, Horschel, Day, and Fowler. It's not like you got a bunch of rookies behind you. You got guys that can really play.
Yeah, 2 really emotionally packed stories up there at the top of the leaderboard. Not only Mickelson chasing his first U.S. Open, but Steve Stricker at the age of 46 trying to break through. He's with Steve's hands.
Dan, thank you. Steve, what do you need to do today?
You know, just like any other day, I think here at a U.S. Open is just to be patient, play to my strengths, try not to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. Everybody's going to make mistakes, and it's how you deal with those and how you keep moving on and rebound from those mistakes. So, but try to minimize those and do the same thing that I've been doing the previous 3 days.
Not being in the final group, being 1 shot back of Phil Mickelson at 1 under par, are you able to dictate play today, or do you have to look around and see what other people are doing?
Well, you know, I think you got to pay attention to your own self, especially going out to start with. I mean, there's a lot of people in the mix. You know, a lot of emphasis has been put on Phil, you know, trying to win this, and he's been close so many times. And you know, and then when it comes down to the end, you know, to see where you stack up against everybody else, I think is what you got to do, at least what I have to do. But pay attention to my own game and my own plan going out, and see if I can't play solid and put some birdies on the board and see what that does for me.
You're always kind with your time. We appreciate it.
You got it. Thanks, Steve.
Happy Father's Day.
You too.
Dan, back to you.
Thank you, Steve. The finish here at Merion, as Johnny's been talking about, is absolutely brutal. Stricker was able to save par to keep intact a 2-under finish on the second 9 yesterday, coming home in 2-under 32 to finish off that third round 70. Over to the 7th, Gary Koch.
Adam Scott, birdie putt on the way here at the short par 4. Johnny, the whole location today in a little low, kind of a trough that we're seeing some approach shots very close here. So a good birdie opportunity today as we go back to the first.
Steve Stricker's good friend, Jerry Kelly, +8, qualified to compete in this U.S. Open. He's been trending the wrong direction after a 70 in the opening round. Johnny 73, then 75.
This is a very comfortable hole location, back left. It just, the green opens up from there, and just got to get the right distance, which he did not do. I mean, not terrible, but you know, you want to be knocking it close. There's second easiest par 4 on the course.
Over to the par 3 9th. Sergio Garcia has this for par. He's had his moments at this championship, just huge numbers.
Yeah, you know, it's.
And over at 6, Tiger Woods with his second, Roger.
Yeah, ball in the face of the upslope of the bunker. Had 220 the whole meaningless. He can only move it about 100 yards. Got it in the fairway, though.
You know, he's been driving the ball pretty darn good all week. But today, he's having trouble out of bounds at number 2. Missed the fairway there at 6. Wow, take a look at these octopus pants that Billy Horschel is sporting today.
That's a guy with confidence. The final round of a U.S. Open, huh?
There you go, red, white, and blue. I think he feels like he's got a chance today, no question about it. And Hunter Mahan makes his way to the locker room. Great anticipation for Hunter today.
My competitor's ahead of me. Come on.
We are back at Merion with Justin Rose. He goes out with fellow Englishman Luke Donald at 2:58 Eastern Time. You're 2 shots back. Do you feel like there's a low round out there today, Justin?
Well, I think Merion surprised all of us all week. You know, the fact that 67 is the low round for the week, and you know, I got a feeling that someone may go out there and get it together. We were just chatting earlier, obviously, and you know, we've gotten a chance to see the course now, figure out where your birdie holes are, how to play the harder holes maybe. So someone might put it all together today. That doesn't mean one of the leading groups is going to put it all together, but I think someone in the chasing pack might put it around together.
You've been a leader before after 54 holes at events. You've also been in this position where you're 2 shots back. Which one do you prefer at a big event like this?
Well, I mean, they both have their advantages. Obviously, you prefer, if you were to say, hey, I'd take the lead any day, because, you know, you've got to learn to go out and play with that lead. And, you know, it's tough to pick up shots out there on this golf course. So, you know, you want as much of an advantage as you can. But at the same time today, I mean, a lot less sort of thinking. I've got to go out there and just play a great round of golf. I've got nothing to lose. So that's also has its advantages. But, you know, I like my position coming in. Obviously, you know, the first 3 rounds are about putting yourself in contention. I've done that, and now it's a chance to go out and have some fun.
Good luck out there, and happy Father's Day.
Yeah, thanks, bud. To everybody back home, too. All right, man.
All right, Martin Laird for par at 13 now. Laird, the winner in San Antonio earlier this year. Birdied the last 3 holes on Sunday. But a bogey there at the 13th to fall to +11. And back over to 6.
This was just a moment ago. Tiger with his 3rd. Second, Rory McIlroy giving it a go. Very accessible hole location today. Front left. Right over the top of the flag. That is going to be an interesting putt for Eagle.
this par 3, 266 yards today, slightly uphill, slightly back into the breeze. Matthew Goggin with a driver. And that's got a chance to come back. Johnny Mike Davis sent out a memo that his hole location here today, if the hole is played properly, you can utilize a slope and get the ball close. All right, here it comes. Right, can we have another ace? Nice drive shot.
Finesse driver, huh?
Yeah. Over at the first.
Jason Duffner playing with Jerry Kelly, who has missed his birdie attempt, also at +8. Duffner.
Yeah, just drove it in there. Very nice, Jason.
Back over to the par 5 second.
We were talking about this interesting putt down the hill. Most of these greens here at Merion are pitched back to front, so this is down green, John, and downhill and fast.
Just want to cozy it down there. Noda?
Yeah, pretty straight overall. And the key thing, like Peter referenced, is the speed.
Wow, that's quite the read. I mean, the ricochet.
Well, it didn't look very good, but it's looking brilliant right now.
There's a good little ricochet.
Look at that look.
He's sort of laughing like that was lucky.
And up at 6, Tiger Woods now for his par 4, Raj. This was just a moment ago.
The tee shot hurt him there in the bunker.
This was just a moment ago, Rory McIlroy, for what would be a very creative 2-putt birdie. And he gets it down, so Rory back to 7 over. And you just never know with a lot of birdie holes out there, but some tough ones as well. To 11.
And here at the short par 4, just 356 yards today. Carl Peterson playing his second shot, hole location on the front right, trying to bring the water, Cobbs Creek into play. And that is exactly what has happened to Carl Peterson. As we move to the 7th, Tiger Woods is positioned nicely here. Roger?
132 left of the hole. I'm sure no more than pitching wedge. A hole cut on 14 paces just over a false front on a little shallow shelf.
Yeah, a little bit of a trough. You can actually hit it behind the hole and have it come back. And get it over the little false edge, and there it goes. Back to 10.
Our defending champion Webb Simpson for birdie. He went for the green, put it in the back bunker, played to about 20 feet and just knocked that by. So Webb Simpson unfortunately will not defend his U.S. Open Championship title from last year. But what a performance he put on last year at the Olympic Club. How about these two fellas? Well, I know the one on the right is Phil Mickelson, and that is Luke Donald. Kind of a pre-Ryder Cup thing going there.
And we go to Notah Begay.
Both these players here hit 3 woods, and neither of them was even close to getting to the green. So we're getting to see that this hole is going to play awfully long, especially with the wind picking up ever so slightly in the player's face.
And Notah, this bunker is some kind of deep, isn't it?
It is deep, and I was down there looking at the lies, and Rory can only see the very top part of that wicker, so he's going to kind of have to play a little bit of a feel shot here.
Johnny, it always seems like when you're playing this much up out of a bunker this deep, easy to come up short.
You think just subconsciously you add a little loft at impact to get it up? And
Make sure you get it out. Yeah, I think so. Sort of like that.
Down it goes.
Catch one of the many little slopes in this third green. Huge green here. 9,700 square feet, largest on the entire course. We go back over to the 7th, and Woods with Roger, yet another kind of 3 or 4 footer for par.
Interesting hole location here. Steeply uphill from the front of the green, then it runs away. Now this is back uphill slightly. Will move to his right. And it didn't move to his right. It certainly broke left, coming from the other direction.
He's had to work way too hard, Johnny, on too many of these putts for pars. His speed has just not been good, and he has admitted it.
I mean, he used to just make putts. Now, in the majors, not so much.
Here's a guy that's performed very well in the majors and done very well on final round Sundays. Jason Day. He's got himself a 2:47 tee time, a little more than an hour before we see him and Billy Horschel over at the 10th.
This was just a moment ago, Dan. Sergio Garcia for his birdie. Back to 3.
Rory McIlroy, lengthy putt for par. Steeply uphill.
113th U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by MasterCard. Get you inside the game. By U.S. Trust. By the Samsung Smart TV. Discover more of the TV you love. And by Lexus and their pursuit of perfection. Back out to Merion's second.
The 46-year-old Jerry Kelly putting straight up the hill for birdie. How about that? Good for JK. Here's a guy who has fun playing out here. Very emotional, but always has a smile on his face. And up ahead at the par 4 15th. We've seen a lot of problems here. Saw Sergio make an 8 and a 10 earlier in the week. This is Dustin Johnson out of that deep bunker. He'll tap that in for his par 4. So if people get aggressive at 15, they could find that bunker on their second shot. But Phil Mickelson yet to tee off with a 1-shot lead. And take a look with our Hyper-Mo camera. Bubba Watson with that pink driver. Look at that ball jump off that face.
Here at Merion today, but not by Tiger, who's at the 8th, Roger.
And 151 left to the hole. Hole cut back right. A shot that plays downhill, a little downwind, and you got to guard against going long here. Got to keep it underneath the hole if you can. Good looking shot, and underneath the hole.
Over to 11.
Sergio Garcia eyeing a birdie putt here at the short par 4.
Played his second shot, Gary, right over the top of the wicker, putting it back down the hill. And I'll tell you what, it has been a pretty impressive performance by Garcia, other than those 14th and 15th holes.
This is a speedy one, Mark. Seen a number of players putt from above the hole here and race it well by, and Garcia shows it a little too much respect. Back to the first.
Two-time U.S. Open champion Ernie Els getting things started, starting at +6 for birdie at the opening par 4.
Where Tiger made it, and he makes it.
Ernie pours it in to get the +5, within 6. And back to 11.
And Webb Simpson here with a putt also down the hill, Mark, so one he must be careful with.
Yeah, it's just been a week for Webb Simpson where he hasn't really gotten much of a spark plug going. He hasn't putted as well as he typically does.
He was one of those guys that said he really liked the golf course. Competed in the U.S. Amateur here a few years ago. Said he fell in love with the course that week. Grew up on a short golf course, one that was tight. You had to control the ball. So he felt very much at home. But sometimes you have weeks like that where you hit a good putt and they just don't go in.
Now Tiger Woods over at the 8th.
Good aggressive putt, and then anything to lose, might as well go for it, Tiger.
creeping closer to the contenders and their final round tee times. And speaking of the final few groups, let's take a look at the final 5 groups, beginning with the 2:36 Eastern Time. Amateur Michael Kim, 19 years old, with Ricky Fowler, who matched the best round of the championship yesterday with a 67. Ricky begins 4 back. And then you've got Jason Day and Billy Horschel in the octopus pants. He's at +1. 2 back. Luke Donald and Justin Rose in the All England duo at 2:58. Steve Stricker not only tries to become the oldest U.S. Open champion ever, but the oldest first-time major champion. He's at even, along with South Africa's Charles Schwartzel. And then the final twosome includes Mickelson and Mahan, an all-American pairing in the last group on Sunday for only the 2nd time in the last 14 years. Marion awaits another champion. Luke Donald, bit of a tough finish last night, but looking forward to his tee time in just a little more than an hour from now. 35 years old and his 40th major championship. He's looking to break through. This is caddy John McLaren as they get ready for the warm-up. Get you back out to the par 3 ninth. Good look at the wicker basket, the location of it today. And Matt Betancourt has the honor today playing with Tiger Woods. It is a 246-yard par 3 today, Roger.
This is one tough hole location today. Downhill, downwind, 246. Not going to play that long. Matt has 5-iron out, but getting close to this one, John, is almost a miracle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You just want to, if you got to hit that high draw in there and try to hit it, 20 feet right of the hole, and if you pull it, fine. But well, that would be the shot, I would think.
Shaping right to left, just a little right of the hole. This is a good looking shot.
Coming back off that hill. Oh man, it just hung up.
Third time the 10th back in the 2009 U.S. Open, is only top 10 in a major championship, and over to the 6th.
Here's Matt Kuchar trying to save par. One of the hottest players in the game, 4th-ranked player in the world right now. Stays at 9 over.
And back to 9 for Tiger.
And this a 5-iron as well.
I wouldn't imagine it's a draw, is
it? Pretty straight. And about 20 feet right of the hole, John, right there you were talking about.
Just a smart shot. They should come back. Betancourt got a little unlucky. This could have come right back by the hole.
Back to the par 5 second.
Ernie Els with his 3rd. Hit a good drive and gave this a go. Blocked it a bit, but still ended up in pretty good position. And there's that little European type bump and run we love to see on these classically designed golf courses.
How about South African?
So, well, yeah, but he plays a lot in Europe too, as you well know.
And won a lot there in the World Match Play and all that.
Now you can watch all of your favorite NBC Sports on your laptop, tablet, or smartphone with NBC Sports Live Extra, with access to more than 1,000 live events, including the U.S. Open. You won't miss a single moment. NBC Sports Live Extra. Watch the biggest events anywhere, anytime. Out to 3.
Bubba playing from that area short and right of the green. Started off with a couple of pars, so he remains at +7 where he started this final round.
Don't you feel these young players, they don't even know what to do with this kind of rough? They have never really played in it, I don't think.
Well, certainly we haven't seen the severity, this kind of rough, in the course of maybe the last 5 or 6 U.S. Opens.
Well, anywhere is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Where have they played?
I agree, John. And Mike Davis from the USGA was telling us earlier in the week that, every one of the U.S. Open courses has its own character. And part of the character of Marion is the difficult rough, and always has been and always will be. Over to the 12th.
And this is a birdie attempt for Sergio Garcia. +13. longest active current streak of consecutive majors, but this has been one to forget. And back to the second.
See if Ernie Els can make his birdie. This should slip a little to his right. Be a second birdie of the day. Opening birdie there at 1, and Ernie wants to be a factor today. Should move slightly to his right. Catches the left side, falls down. So a birdie start for Ernie Els. Over to 4.
Par 5 fourth. Jason Dufner has been in the water here the previous 2 days, so he's waggling and going to give it another try. Is playing shorter today, moved up from the 628 on the card to 571. And he's dry today.
That'll be a fast putt. Real fast. Big break.
On green.
And over to 17. Sean Stepney thrilled the crowd earlier in the day with a first ever ace at Merion in a U.S. Open. This was Stephen Alker, 41-year-old from New Zealand.
Watch the right turn here, folks.
The people on their feet thinking maybe Stepney was going to be followed by another one from Alker, but no.
The hole is cut in a tough spot, but it also is a spot where the ball likes to end up.
By the way, Stepney's ace, the 43rd ace in U.S. Open history. That would be the first ever in the 5 Opens now played here. Merion Alker was trying to add his name to the Merion list. Back over to the 9th, and Tiger's birdie attempt. Johnny, there'll be, of course, a lot of speculation again on Tiger. What happened? Another major gone by without, you know, even really contending in this one. Do you have any kind of psychoanalysis on Tiger?
You're looking at it right now. That's what happened. The putter's not working in majors. In other words, he's won 4 times this year. Regular events, he's popping the eyes out of it. And then he gets to the Masters. Nothing goes in. He goes to the U.S. Open. Nothing goes in again. So he must be trying too hard in the majors, or maybe he's at the age where maybe getting a little tiny bit of nerves. Not, you can't see it, but maybe just he wants it a little too badly. That record of Jack's is haunting him a little.
Certainly, the theory would make sense. Again, we're just guessing, but with the ease in which he won those tournaments, the 4 before the first major of the year, I mean, it looked like, okay, how many majors is he going to win? I mean, the game was back, the putting was back, everything was back.
That's what I mean. Well, look, even this week, he's what, 3rd in driving accuracy. In any other year, 8 years ago, if he was 3rd in driving accuracy, he'd have won by 10 this week.
Garcia at the 121-yard 13th.
That's a good shot. So they go with that flex thing. And you get a little sideways there, so it goes down to the right near the hole anyway. So good shot.
Back to the 3rd.
Bubba Watson, very quick putt for a par down the hill. Bubba's record not great in U.S. Opens. Only made the cut 3 of the 6 attempts that he's had. 13.
And Webb Simpson.
Easiest hole in the golf course. Just a nice little wedge for these guys. But you don't want to come up short in a deep bunker or go right at the green or long. That's good. I keep thinking somebody's going to make a hole in one here at 13.
Well, you would never guess that 17 would be the first one. The first ace here at Merion at a U.S. Open. There's how they stand at the U.S. Open. You see the scores and then the tee times here, local times, Eastern time, and Hunter Mahan in that final group with Phil Mickelson. And he was just kind of hanging around back there, 3 back at +2, Johnny, when he started his move with this birdie at the 10th yesterday.
Yeah, good stroke up the hill.
And this was the hole at 12 where things really could have gone wrong for Mahan. He had a lie over there amid that really thick rough at the 12th. Was able to sweep it out of there to the back edge of the green.
Yeah, it was a very good break and a good shot, smart shot, and then
this happened.
Yeah, this spot here just trying to cozy it down there for his par after a poor drive. And
all of a sudden, Hunter Mahan is on the move. So a couple of birdies there at 10 and 12. Crosses Ardmore, takes aim at the little par 3, just 98 yards yesterday.
It's one of the best shots we saw there. Look at him, might go in for a second.
Another birdie there at 13. And then he hits the quarry. And had this second, the blind shot up to the par 4 16th.
Yeah, he hit it way down there, so he had a lofted irony. Man, look at how fast it stopped.
Hits it stiff. Birdie's there. Does struggle coming home with a couple of bogeys, but a 69 for Hunter, and he's with Steve Sands.
All right, Dan, thank you. Hunter, when you saw that you were going to be in the final group today with Phil, what were your first thoughts?
I thought about Beth Page when Phil and I played together in the final round there, and we had a great time. It was, an unbelievable crowd, like I think it will be today, and it was a lot of fun.
How important is it to be in that final group to see what the leader is doing compared to being in one of the second or third to last groups?
Yeah, you kind of want to know what's going to happen, especially in the U.S. Open where, pars are they're so important, and it's kind of exciting to know what's going to happen, what you need to do. It makes it a little bit easier. So I'm excited. I mean, it's a great finish out here, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Last thing, what do you think it's going to be like out there?
With Phil, it's going to be noisy. It's going to be really noisy. We're going to hear a lot of chants and all kinds of things, and it's going to be a great atmosphere. This is kind of what you all hope for when you tee it up on Thursday, have a chance on Sunday.
Appreciate the time as always. Good luck.
Thanks.
So the M&M boys at Marion in the final group. Fewest strokes behind entering the final round of a major. This by far, Johnny, the closest he's been in touch of the lead. Just 1 shot back of this previous best, 5 shots back. So Hunter Mahan is in a position that he has never been in.
There's several players, if they were to win today, could just open up the momentum of a great career. They've been held back. The kind of players like Justin Rose and Luke Donald and those kind of players need a major.
Rory's got the club flipped over. This was just earlier at the 5th.
Good shot, wasn't it?
So now the 3rd shot for McIlroy.
It's a brutal hole, folks, if you haven't been watching this week.
Johnny, we kind of talked about Tiger. What about Rory McIlroy? I know you did not have a great feeling about him coming into this championship, or did you?
Well, I mean, I really like Rory, and I wanted him to do great, but I was pretty sure that his game is still in a funny state. He is just not settled, and that's what he thinks of his game right now. I mean, he just has lost it for now.
Or 5 second.
Lee Westwood giving it a go. A lot of players are hitting driver today at 2. They got nothing to lose. And what a beautiful shot right there. Easily the best we've seen today so far. He'll have that left for his eagle. To 13.
Earlier, Garcia's birdie attempt. Sergio will head to the final 5 tough holes after a birdie 2 at 13, and the U.S. Open champion from Olympic trying to match it. So a lot of good players humbled this week by Marion. Johnny, you touched on it earlier in the championship. Keegan Bradley, Graham McDowell, Angel Cabrera, Jim Furyk, all of them well into double digits, over par to miss the cut at this Open.
Yep, you're right. This Open really shocked some players, and still shocking.
then up, John, at the par 4 sixth, Matthew Goggin. Take a look at that. And that's what we've seen a couple of times so far this week. Those metal flag sticks with the wicker baskets on top. There is no give. And look how far back down the fairway that ball came.
That's unreal, isn't it?
That's amazing. He went from hitting a great shot. If that ball misses the flag stick and lands about 3 or 4 feet behind the hole, that could suck back into the cup.
Back at the par 5 fourth, Duffner for birdie.
A little tiny stroke.
Here's another guy, Johnny, who hasn't kind of gotten to that form he was in last year.
They had such a great year last year, and I think he just figured, hey, I'm going to just keep improving and maybe be one of the best in the world, and hit reverse for some reason.
Now here we're back at 2. That was Lee Westwood for his eagle. And with a birdie, should be a tap-in birdie, but still, Lee Westwood gets to 5 over, and with the scores you see there on the leaderboard, anything could happen. Danger lurks just about every hole here at Merion.
U.S. Open at Merion taking place in 1981 here when David Graham put on quite a show in the final round. First Australian to win the championship, shooting 7 under to beat George Burns and Bill Rogers by 3. He missed only 1 fairway and just 3 greens in regulation, which were all on the fringe. And shooting that final round 67, David Graham hoisted the trophy right here at Merion in 1981, and he is with Bob Costas.
All right, Dan, he started that final round 3 back at George Burns. The 67 was good enough to win it by 3. Dan just detailed how you effectively hit every green in regulation. What do you remember about that round and about the entire Open that year?
Well, I think, Bob, firstly, it was a script that you couldn't write. It was Merion, it was a U.S. Open, it was Sunday, and I won. And great rounds, I think, are played by a lot of golfers, but if they're done on Thursdays and Fridays, they don't get the recognition. If you do it on a Sunday at a U.S. Open, it gets a lot of attention. So I was very blessed.
You had a major under your belt already, having won the PGA 2 years earlier. But the Open, I guess, is the single achievement that stands out most in your career.
Well, I think you look at today, European players always still want to win the Open Championship. U.S. players want to win their national championship. Now what's happening is players around the world want to win the Masters, and kind of sadly at the last end is the PGA. So if you take all the 4 majors, people want to win one of the 4 for different reasons, but there's still something magical about the Open Championship.
On Tuesday night here, there was a dinner that brought together 27 past U.S. Open champions. Only 6 of the still living Open champions were absent for one reason or another. Quite a night.
It was quite a night. Johnny Miller got teary-eyed. Arnold said some nice words. What was really pleasing is to see the young players, the McIlroys of the world, get up and be so respectful to the older guys. It was nice.
That's something about golf. I mean, obviously in all sports, you're going to find a large number of athletes who have an appreciation for their predecessors. But in golf, it's virtually universal.
Well, I think if you look at the legacy, and let's start with Arnold, because that's where I started, and then you looked at Nicklaus, and you looked at Watson and Gary Player, and you saw how they behaved. People of my age coming up emulated their behavior. They emulated the way you played, they emulated playing by the rules, etc. And I think that has had a trickle-down effect for forever. I mean, look at Byron Nelson. Everyone has left a mark which has been, I play by the rules, I behave myself. Golf has been very fortunate not to have too many people that have bend the rules. So it's been a legacy that I think the young players will keep, and they'll hand it down to the next generation.
David Graham, part of the tradition here at Merion as we go back out to 5. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Bob.
And here is Rory McIlroy, who David Graham was referring to, just 24 years old. They ranged in age at that Champions Dinner to 91-year-old Jack Fleck, the 1955 U.S. Open. That was a magical night Tuesday night here at the clubhouse.
Double bogey for McIlroy on the tough fifth.
And this is Matthew Goggin for his bogey. Remember, he hit the flagstick on his third, and a lot of ways to get some unfortunate breaks out here to 11.
Hideki Matsuyama playing in his very first U.S. Open. The 21-year-old who just turned pro in March has a long putt for birdie here. That puts him 3 under par for the day. That's his 5th birdie. Johnny's had 5 starts in the Japan Tour. He's already won twice. He sits atop that money list.
Wow.
So nice. Pretty impressive.
Nice plan.
Back to 10.
This is just a moment ago. Tiger Woods for birdie. Talking all week about how well he's driven the ball, but he just has not made these clutch putts like we're used to seeing. But there's one. I don't know if he's going to put a smile on his face, but that's a 1-putt green. So good for Tiger. Been a frustrating week for him. It's been a frustrating week for a lot of players. But look at those at the top of the leaderboard. They've all got a chance to win. How about this guy? Happy Father's Day to Phil and happy birthday.
Probably not today. I'll do it afterwards. Happy Father's Day, Phil. Thanks, Dad. Happy birthday.
We are live on the range with Phil Mickelson, and they are singing happy birthday to you, Phil. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's cool. It's going to be a fun day, I hope. And Philly's been a great town. We've had such great support. The members here have been so excited, giving up their homes to accommodate us, and it's been a wonderful event. And we've got great weather and a great golf course. Looking forward to the final round.
What do you need to do today?
Well, I need to play well, but I've been doing that, and I feel confident in my game. So I think the best thing for me to play well is to have fun. Enjoy the day, enjoy the process, enjoy my partner, Hunter Mahan, and just have a fun day. Will hopefully bring out my best golf.
Last thing, you're always telling us you played the first 3 days to get in position for Sunday. How does Sunday feel different than Thursday through Saturday?
It's it's the final round. It's a lot different where you don't have the opportunity to make it up, and so it's a little bit harder to be patient. And if you get in a bind, that's going to be the biggest challenge because you feel like you're running out of holes. Where Thursday you feel like you've got 3-4 rounds left.
Good luck out there.
Thanks.
Happy Father's Day.
Thanks.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. 54-hole leads with at least a share in majors. Phil has done very well. In fact, the only time he didn't close the deal, Johnny, was that infamous finish at Winged Foot at the U.S. Open in 2006.
Well, it's going to be an interesting day. That's all I can say. It's going to be a great day for golf.
Out to 14, and Webb Simpson for birdie.
It's a very difficult hole, this 14th. Makes a nice putt there.
There is so much trouble lurking in the last 5 holes. A hang-on type of finish here. To 7.
And this was just a moment ago, Dan. Matthew Goggins' second shot here at the par 4. Remember his last second shot went off the flagstick. Well, he got smart. He aimed a little right this time. He would go on to make that one for a birdie. Justice.
Boy, Garcia's had a tough time with these holes along the road here. 14 and 15. That is his 3rd putt on this green as he 4 putts 14. Continues to put up the big numbers. He is 16 over par alone for the week on the 14th and 15th holes.
5 OBs, right?
Unbelievable. To 6.
Rory McIlroy now. Perfect tee shot, looking straight down that flag. And that is the best of the day that we've seen so far. Well, the 6th hole, one of the toughest out here, to 13.
And that beautiful setup of Adam Scott.
I thought he might do a little better this week, personally. As good a ball striker as he is. Oh, man, I went up and took a look and said, I don't want to get down there.
That's about as close as you can come. Wow. Just put the brakes on.
It got right to the front edge of the hole.
Well, we got a little taste of the happy birthday for Phil Mickelson, so let's take a full listen here to before we talk with Steve Sands. Well, we were talking about Mickelson coming up short at that U.S. Open at Winged Foot in 2006. This is the guy who emerged Jeff Ogilvy after so many players had their chances coming down the final couple holes there in Mamaroneck, New York.
That's a good one right there. That's a real good one. Nice shot, Jeff.
Those large stands, which seat more than 5,000 people, they're going to have some fun there today. Over at 6.
Rory now to get back to single digits and let's push that right of the hole.
I mean, what's the odds of a pro missing that putt by an inch right of the hole? Straight in putt.
Now over at 15, Sergio Garcia with his second shot. Talked about his troubles here. He's made an 8, a 4, and a 10. But he's in the fairway in 1. He's on the green in 2, but that's got to sit.
You know, we were mentioning, Jake, that he's plus 16 at 14 and 15 this week. He's 1 under on the other 16 holes here for the week.
I don't know when this is going to stop. It gives you a good idea of how much slope there is on the 15th green, and they actually flattened this green.
113th U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by the new TW14 for the athlete and every golfer. By Southwest Airlines, you can find our fares online only at southwest.com. By Fidelity Investments, take control of your personal economy. And by DirecTV, if you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV. And since 1955, aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, and everything we've learned making tires for superior performance inspires what we roll onto yours. Goodyear, more driven. Back down to 12, and Matsuyama, who has the best round going today.
Nice long backstroke there.
And it just got better. 4 under on this final round. He's got it to plus 6. 3 in a row to begin the back 9.
Yeah, far in for the best score of the week.
And again over at 13, Adam Scott came close to the first ace ever at 13 in a U.S. Open. Settles for a deuce. Back over to 15.
Sergio now straight up this slope. He's got to hit this. This is pretty slow. And did a nice job of it there. So Sergio tap in for his second par of the week on 15.
And Lee Westwood in the lush rough with his third at the par 5 fourth.
You see that strip that was cut last night, the darker strip. Still pretty long.
Trying to come back. Westwood at plus 6 as we go over to 12 and Tiger's second. Digging this one out.
It's tough to see Tiger's name with a 12 with a plus on it. We're used to seeing that minus 12.
Yeah, he's done things at the U.S. Open, Johnny, that he has never done before. An 8 on number 2, matched his highest score on the hole in the U.S. Open, and that 76 yesterday was his highest score in a U.S. Open as well as a professional. Phil Mickelson, what's ahead for him today? Championship Sunday at Marion. U.S. Open number 5 in the balance. Huge crowds here anticipating this final round for quite some time as the U.S. Open is back at Marion. And Phil Mickelson, Johnny Miller, is back in the hunt on a Sunday at the U.S. Open. 5 times second place finisher. Is today the day as he starts this final round as the only player under par in a 1-stroke lead? Is this his day?
Well, you know, you look at it, he's playing the best he's played, I think, that I've seen in the U.S. Open. He's driving it great with that 1.5 wood or 2 wood or whatever you want to call it. It's a special club. And he's hitting his irons really well, and he's putting adequately. So, I mean, there's no weaknesses in his game. Of course, we know how good he is around the green. So I think he feels like it's his time at 5 second places. Remember in 2006, he finishes bogey, par, double bogey to lose that to Jeff Ogilvy. He's had all these chances at the Open that he could have won, where he's had the lead with 3 holes to go or tied for the lead, and he hasn't got one of them. So you'd think it's his time. He deserves to win, but then again, you never know in this game.
One of the toughest finishes we have ever seen in a major championship. The final 5 holes here set to test the contenders later on today here at Marion. Let's go to the tee at the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:36 starting time. Please welcome from Del Mar, California, Michael Kim.
What a spot for the amateur from Cal, Collegiate Player of the Year. 10th after 54 holes. The last amateur to finish in the top 10 came right here at Marion 42 years ago, and Jim Simons finished in a tie for 5th.
Beautiful tempo. He goes to the top and just slows it down and then lets gravity be with him.
And it's a beautiful shot, too.
Yeah, he's the real deal. He could be a major star in the future.
From Murrieta, California, Ricky Fowler.
Combined age of this twosome is 43, the same age as Phil turns today, as 24-year-old Ricky Fowler turned in that 67 yesterday to propel him up the board from a tie for 38th to 9th. It matched his lowest round in a major, and Ricky Fowler begins the day at +3, 4 off the lead.
Going with a strong iron. I'm not sure the specifics of it, but like a 2-iron and perimeter weighted.
It's the same deficit Webb Simpson came back from just a year ago.
Real fast, hard swing.
And a powerful shot. Pretty good draw to it, but should have found the fairway.
Good start for these youngsters.
Michael Kim and Ricky Fowler head down the first. This was just earlier at the 13th. Matsuyama has got that 4 under best round of the day going. He did make the par to remain at +6. As we go over to 12, where Tiger has this short birdie attempt.
Gave it just a little toe down at impact and pulled it.
He'll stay at +12. We'll go to 7.
Just earlier, McIlroy had this putt for a birdie. Pretty good swing from his right and sneaks it in the left side. So finally something good for young Mr. McIlroy. Yeah, shake of the head. That's about all you can say. Sometimes in these U.S. Opens is a real battle. Now over at 16, Sergio Garcia here at the start of the quarry holes. You can see second shot played uphill and across the quarry. Hole location today, Johnny, on that left side. Very difficult to get close to. Brings that huge bowl in the front right portion of the green into play.
Visually very intimidating. Imagine if you're an 18 handicap.
I think you just play around to the right. Right over the top of the flagstick, but some 30+ feet past the hole. Webb Simpson will be next to play. You see out in 3 over par, 39, but 3 consecutive birdies starting at the 13th. So, Johnny, it seems as though there are some hole locations today where the ball wants to funnel or kind of move toward the hole if you hit the correct shot.
Well, I think the USGA was real happy where the players were as it stood to par after 3 rounds, so they could maybe loosen up and make some fun hole locations with a lot of trickle effect.
Wow.
I'm not sure if that was because he hit it bad or because something hurt. I guess something hurt.
I guess. I don't know. The shot certainly turned out okay. Seemed like the hand came off the club very quickly.
Well, this heavy rough, it can happen. Well, let's take a look at this. You can see what the average player, not only visually, but this is an old quarry that's grown in now a lot more than it did in the Jones days. But look at what's down there. It's
and if you can't carry the quarry, you go up to the round to the right of it, which is over actually toward the 15th tee. So we're back to the first.
Look at the wicker basket and its position at the first for Fowler.
Definitely the easiest hole location the guys have seen this week on number 1. Second easiest par 4. So it's right. Not a good short. Not a good shot at all.
Before Michael Kim plays, we had 4 amateurs make the cut. 10 started this U.S. Open, and Michael Kim has had himself quite a week. It's an amazing performance.
This hole.
About the most birdies on par 4s in the field this week.
He's a spectacular putter and a very good iron player. There's been 16 birdies already on this hole, just 6 bogeys, so it's been pretty easy. Number 1. The tempo is just to die for. That right there, he doesn't miss too many from that length.
For Michael Kim at the first. So just a few more groups to tee off in the final round, including Phil Mickelson and Hunter Mahan, the last to go at 3:20. U.S. Open drama building. It's a U.S. Open final round Sunday renewal of sorts for Phil Mickelson, who you see there with his caddy Jim Mackay and instructor Butch Harmon, and Hunter Mahan, who just got some words with Sean Foley. So playing together in the last group here, and it was on that Sunday at Bethpage in 2009 where they were in the 3rd to last group. They did not finish the way they needed to as they played the last 4 holes at Bethpage in +2. And so came up short there in 2009, but when paired together in the final round, which they have been a part of the same group several times through the years, it all adds up to a scoring average of exactly the same, 70.6 for Hunter Mahan and Phil Mickelson, but a very comfortable pairing there, as Phil has alluded to. Their caddies, Bones and John Wood, know each other very well, so we'll see what happens. This is Fowler with a birdie putt on the way at the first.
He's a little left.
And this is a good looking putt. So Fowler starts off with a par, remains at +3. And Tiger missed the green, so this for par over at the little par 3. He adds to it, +13 now, +4 for the day. Most of the damage being done at the triple at the par 5 second. Back at the first, very good chance for Kim to quickly move it to +3.
Just moves a little right. This is his kind of putt. He's a good one. Oh, man, that was right of the hole all the way.
Up to 16.
See if Webb Simpson can make it 4 birdies in a row. Sergio Garcia has already putted and missed. So that will be an easy par for Simpson.
Only 1 score better than under par, 1 under today, Gary. Just surprised.
And Michael Kim has his par. So both he and Ricky open up with 4s at the first. And just earlier, a nice sportsmanship Steve Stricker and Phil Mickelson, also very good friends, veterans of Ryder Cups and President's Cups, as we get the announcement for the next group at the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:47 starting time. Please welcome from Australia, Jason Day.
We just heard Bob Costas' conversation with David Graham. Jason Day, 25 years old, from Australia, trying to follow in Graham's footsteps. An Australian winning the Open at Merion, perhaps. He begins the day here.
World rank
+2.
26th in the world ranking. Really a promising player, but only one win at the Byron Nelson.
Powerful shot here. Starts up the right-hand side, running back toward the center.
From Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, Billy Horschel.
Not shy.
Yeah, that's a different look, isn't it?
Last century, only a couple players have won this championship in their first attempt as a professional. Jack Nicklaus in '62, Jerry Pate in '76.
And this one should be good also. A little bit high toward the left-hand side.
Very nice.
Horschel, who had a share of the 36-hole lead with Mickelson yesterday, says, "I'm more comfortable coming from behind." He shot a 72 yesterday to drop into this group at +1, so begins the day 2 back, up ahead to 2.
This was just a moment ago. Henrik Stenson with his second shot after a huge tee shot in the fairway, which is the most important part. Oh, almost flies it in the hole in 2. Downhill putt for Eagle.
Well, get ready for more Minion madness. Despicable Me 2, and the orange there matches Ricky Fowler. Don't miss Despicable Me 2, coming to theaters on July 3rd. Ricky dressed in his traditional Sunday Oklahoma State Cowboy orange.
And the tee here at 2, Dan, moved forward some 31 yards, playing at 525 yards, which gives the players a great opportunity to go for it in 2. How about this? Bogeys are worse this week. First 2 rounds 11 since just 1.
That's always been kind of his deal, Jake, is staying away from those big numbers, right?
Yeah, it's been his downfall so far in his career. He'll make a few doubles and triples. It seemed like he would have one every round, or at least every tournament. So if he can avoid the others, avoid those big numbers, he's going to have a great chance.
Will be very much in play. Tiger hit it out here.
Rory hit it out yesterday, but just play a slight draw and get it up on top of that hill, that first rise.
Four left.
Some tough rough over there.
And that makes that layup, that angle, he's going to be hitting right back at Ardmore Avenue. It's going to make that layup very difficult. Let's take a look at this swing. Ricky turns the club back beautifully, starts the club head first. Look at the rotation with his shoulders. It's past 90 degrees right there. Obviously very flexible. Drops the club inside coming down, and there's the whip right there at the ball. Looked to me like he was trying to hit a little bit too hard, John, and got it turned over.
I think he was halfway down, said, "Don't hit it, it'll be like yesterday."
And here's the hyper-mo at the ball strike. Yeah, you see that toe turning down just a little bit too quick. Let's go back to the first.
A good look from high above this gentle little par 4, 360 yards today. It heads out from the clubhouse, and Billy Horschel is next from 125.
See if he can take advantage of this hole.
He's taking it back there, Billy Horschel.
That was a different kind of shot, wasn't it? sort of a low skipper back there. So not bad.
And now Jason Day.
No, I think I'll go 54.
Okay. Jason doesn't hit too many low ones.
54 is going to go the one big bounce, and then it's going to stop. Let's do 105.
116 yards.
It seems with the brakes. Yeah, right on that, buddy. Okay. It's going to come around.
It's Colin Swatton, his longtime caddy, who has been a father figure in his life after he lost his father at a young age. Just a real important influence on Jason Day, who turned things around as a youth. Turned himself into 26th currently ranked golfer in the world.
And that, not too good.
Horschel has a good look over there, both on the green and regulation at the first. And so just 3 more groups to tee off. Luke Donald, Justin Rose, Steve Stricker, Charles Schwartzel, and the last, Hunter Mahan and Phil Mickelson. And this was just earlier, Jason Day's birdie attempt at the first.
Swinger to the left. You hit it, Jason?
The left to stay at +2, and now Billy Horschel to try to get it quickly to even par within 1.
And it is quick, and it moves right.
Pops it pretty good.
Yeah, just too much speed. It would have gone in with a normal speed.
Up to 2.
Henrik Stenson hit his eagle putt to this position here, and he has this left for his birdie. So Henrik Stenson with a 2-putt birdie here at the second. Back to 1.
And Jason Day for par. Mentioned Day is major ready already. 3 top 3 finishes and just 10 majors in his young career. Second to Rory, although he was 8 back at Congressional in 2011. He also tied for second that same year at Augusta and took 3rd earlier this year at the Masters. Now Horschel. Safely in as well. So the octopus pants cross the road and head over to the par 5 second as we go back to the tee at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:58 starting time. Please welcome from England, Luke Donald.
England group of Luke Donald and Justin Rose. Donald currently number 6 in the world, was the top ranked player in the world and was the leader in this championship going to 17 yesterday, but had that rough finish. A lot of players did. Finished bogey double.
Right to left winds coming out of the west. The wind is
dead straight shot right down the middle.
From England, Justin Rose.
Obviously a very comfortable pairing here. You see David Graham in the background underneath that little tiny terrace. There he is. All the members through the years have seen the greats from Bobby Jones and on to the present day tee off from that same spot.
Impeccable swing, isn't it? Just everything he does is really good looking. Both of these players desperately, I think, need a major championship. They're too good not to have won one.
Both begin the day 2 back and both in good shape off the tee at the first. So just 2 more groups to go and we'll have everybody on the course. Up to the second.
Ricky Fowler with his 3rd. Remember, he hit his tee shot way left and he just had a tough angle and he couldn't really be too aggressive. Laid him way back. Trying to play a high draw in there. that is some thick rough right there. Let's take another look at that with our Pro Tracer. Starts that way to the right, tries to swing it back to that hole location. He just overturned it.
Swinging hard, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's hit a lot of greens this week. Good iron player. Now back on the tee, Billy Horschel. Good look at what the players see going up to.
It left yesterday, didn't he, on the second?
It looks like that's where it's headed today. Yeah, but I think it's a good gamble. If you can hit it down the left and catch the corner of the fairway, you can go at it. If not, you've got to lay it up to 14.
And Tiger in the first part of the final 5 here. This for par. Coming off the bogey at 13. Save it there.
Still keeps a lot of his gallery, doesn't he? I'm not sure what they're overly excited about when you're putting for pars and you're Tiger Woods and you're that many over, but you got to keep trying. Over 2.
This is the amateur Michael Kim. Throwing it high up in the air. And that's the problem when you take that high route, John. You put so much spin on it.
Yeah, got to play for that spin, don't you?
There is Phil Mickelson making his way in. Again, a different kind of warm-up situation for the players. They warm up and they get in the shuttle and kind of cool down a little bit and come on down here for the tee time up at the second.
Goes to show you how thick it is. You can't even see Ricky's shoes. That's a beautiful pitch right there. And that's what makes U.S. Open champions, John, as you well know. You've got to get the ball up and down around these tough greens. To 1.
17. Okay. It's been a while since we've seen somebody make birdie at number 1. So I don't know if it's Sunday jitters a bit, because this is ripe for the plucking right here.
Before Donald and Rose hit their seconds. Take a look at their career major records, both looking for the major breakthrough. Similar starts. Well, Justin Rose burst on the scene 15 years ago in the British Open as that 17-year-old amateur when he finished tied for 4th, and 35 years later he is still looking for his first major title. Yeah, Luke will play first. Noda?
Exactly right there. Right there.
Luke's got 120 yards left to this hole location, situated in this back left pocket. Anything landing right with a little bit of spin will actually spin back toward the hole.
Only 1 birdie in the last 7 groups on this easy hole, Noda. It's a fairly, I think, receptive hole location.
I agree, Johnny. I think this wind is starting to swirl and pick up a little, which is causing a little bit of doubt in club selection.
Nice little 3/4 swing.
Just right of the hole.
Meant to say 35 majors later for Justin Rose, not 35 years later. Here comes Phil. And he's going to get serenaded at every hole today. You can count on that.
Well, he likes it, and he sort of encourages it with his smile and like he's enjoying it, so it's okay. He likes it.
Justin Rose at the first.
From 115. Pitching wedge.
Nice thump there. Guys are being a little cautious, but that's very makeable.
Up to 2.
Fowler now for his par. Might turn a little to his left, but it's uphill and slow. Got to be firm.
Disappointing there, Peter.
Yeah, it's one of the holes that an aggressive player like Ricky would have a great chance at to get back in the middle of this thing. But as we've learned, you cannot make birdies from the rough here at Marion.
This hole's playing short today. You want to take advantage of it, Peter. It hasn't played this short 525. For these guys, 525 is very doable.
Yeah, you see Michael Kim's caddy there. That's That's LaRue Temple. He's a club caddy here at Marion. And boy, he's having a fun time. He said he's rocking the bucket hat in honor of all the caddies here at Marion.
He's been at Marion since '97, and Jake says he's been around this old track some 1,000 times. He was hanging out on Monday when one of the members saw him and asked if he could caddy for Kim, and here they are.
He said he's getting more cheers than Michael was early on in the week. So a good par for Michael Kim, the amateur out of the University of California. The 19-year-old boy, he's got some talent. Now Fowler for bogey. So a drop shot for Ricky on the very gettable second hole to 3.
And here at the long par 3, Henrik Stenson playing his second shot, came up short and right. Missed the bunker. Missed it way up in the air, and he does it very nicely. Stenson, who is coming off a birdie at 2, is now +4 for the championship. So we go back to the first.
And Luke Donald for a birdie, Nota.
He's got a real nice look at it. The only thing to be really concerned about here is when it gets close to the hole, it will pick up a little bit of speed, so anything carrying some speed into that portion of the putt will run by quite substantially if it does miss.
Does break to the left a decent amount. Looking out 10 inches or so.
So an opening par for Donald. Stays at +1. Let's take a look at Justin Rose's ball flying on the green here from close up. Are they firming up a little bit?
Well, definitely firming up some, but they're not going much forward, are they?
So this for birdie.
Justin got a great look, almost on the identical line of Luke.
This week, a little tentative, both players. They had a good chance at that hook putt.
Back up to 2.
Billy Horschel with his third. And again, on a shot like this, you've got, it's only 114 yards, but you've got to hit a half swing and try to take the spin off it. Well, that's another way to do it. It's just too risky throwing it way past that hole and trying to suck it back down that hill.
A little more than 10 minutes away from the final group. Phil Mickelson, Hunter Mahan getting some last swings of the putter in. Right alongside that 14th tee teen ground, which the club has borrowed some space from to increase the yardage on that par 4 up to 3.
Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño for par. Actually putted Johnny from about 50 feet away. Didn't get the ball up that one ridge and watched the ball roll back away from him. So 3-putt bogey there. We'll go back to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:09 starting time. Please welcome from Madison, Wisconsin, Steve Stricker.
There's a sentimental pull for Mickelson, and there are a lot of people pulling for this guy in his 59th major championship start. Only Tom Kite, the '92 U.S. Open champion, took more appearances before winning his first major, 72. So is it all going to finally end in a major triumph for Steve Stricker at the age of 46, trying to become the oldest U.S. Open champion ever?
From South Africa, Charles Schwartzel.
Who already has his major, the 2011 Masters champion. In fact, South Africans have won more majors than any country but the United States since the Second World War, total of 22. In fact, Schwartzel's trying to make it a South African champion in a major for the 4th consecutive year. And who stays into the British in 2010? He did it at Augusta in 11, and then Ernie Els taking the British Open last summer.
This one's up the left-hand side also. Should be okay.
Good start for the second to last group. Up to 3.
Just earlier, Stenson for his par. Very quick. Yeah, snuck it in the right side. So Henrik Stenson remained at 4 over par for the championship. Up at 13.
And before the week began, many thinking that Matt Kuchar would be right here in the mix at +10, though. Sandwedge at 13 just earlier. In the U.S. Open at Marion, barely. This was the scene just earlier. The defending champion Webb Simpson coming up and giving the last group a good luck handshake. It was Webb's wife Dowd. Just a year ago, they sat so anxiously awaiting the outcome at Olympic Club when Jim Furyk and Graham McDowell couldn't get it done, and Webb was crowned the U.S. Open champion. Back to the par 5 second.
Billy Horschel played a nice pitch to this position here, straight up the hill. So Horschel will drop a shot here at 2. Surprising to see. Yeah, surprising. I thought we would see a lot of birdies here at 2, but we've seen quite a few bogeys so far.
This first team ground kind of tailor-made for a guy like Mickelson, Johnny. Up close to the fans, intimate. Exciting for them to watch Phil get his form on Sunday, the U.S. Open done.
He's definitely the favorite. Can he handle this moment, though, and get his first U.S. Open title?
Up to 3.
Ricky Fowler on the tee at the par 3. 3-wood, 266 uphill into the breeze. Starts it right, trying to play a draw. He's yelling for it to go. No. That very deep bunker. It's a tough up and in from there. 9 or 10 feet below the level of the green.
I haven't seen too many people hit that green lately.
No, have not. So we go to 15.
Tiger now for birdie. We've already had 3 here today, or I should say just 3 here today. And could this be the... Yes, it just catches the bottom lip. You know, if he'd been doing that all week, John, he might be in the middle of this thing, but normally all week his ball's been looking at the hole and saying no thanks.
You're right.
Back to 1.
And Schwartzel, Mark.
He's got 147 yards. Played an iron off the tee. You can see just what a factor the wind is here now, Johnny. This is the strongest we've seen it all week into the players at 1.
You got that west wind blowing, which is sort of a wind that normally blows here.
A little soft shot.
Marion, so it's not an unusual wind direction. Hook wind on 18.
Oh, let's go.
Good bait. BYU, so many players are coming up short, Mark, on the second shot.
Yeah, I think they've kind of gotten programmed in, to the softer conditions and no wind, and need to carry this one back there.
Gotta go.
This one is just right of the flag. Good shot.
That's the best shot we've seen with the best lead. That's the key. Underneath that hole, right up the fall line pretty much. So that good chance for birdie there to stop the drought on number one. Maybe Stricker can feed off of that one.
Stricker, 3rd points in regulation this week.
Right.
You'd expect him to get this kind of shot close, Mark.
You would. I think, he's the kind of a player you won't see make too many mistakes out here today. I think the whole key for Steve is going to be to keep his emotion in check. He made the one mistake really yesterday, the double bogey at 9, but other than that was very solid all day.
Sunday at the U.S. Open is sort of an animal unto itself, though. It's a different situation for these guys. See what they can do. See who can handle it.
This one is out to the right. We'll need to spin left. That'll be a quick one.
Back up to 3.
Ricky Fowler playing from that deep bunker short right of the green. Got it up to the hole, John. That's a heck of a shot. Should ease its way back a little bit.
That'll be quick, though, huh?
That'll be a fast play. But a chance. All right, Phil Mickelson, the only man under par. The final round of the 113th U.S. Open Championship is underway. A lot of players still in contention. Merion is holding its own as Phil Mickelson waits on the first tee for his tee time, which will happen when we come back.
For a long time leading up to this week, the question was, could Merion, for all its past glories, hold up as the host of a modern U.S. Open? Well, that question has been answered with a resounding yes. It has proved an appropriately tough test, and now the Merion stage is set for what could be high drama. 8 players are within 3 shots of the lead. That lead is held by Phil Mickelson, who's now on the first tee in the final pairing with Hunter Mahan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:20 starting time. Please welcome from Dallas, Texas, Hunter Mahan.
Like so many others late in the day yesterday, Hunter Mahan was under par, tied for the lead with 2 holes to play before he finished bogey. But in 29 majors, has yet to record a top 5 finish. The best position by far he's been in to get it done.
From Rancho Santa Fe, California, Phil Mickelson.
Feel the build-up, the applause for Mickelson in his 23rd U.S. Open start. No one has taken longer to win one. Is this the day at Merion?
Aggressive play here with that strong 3-wood he has. This is going a little right.
Well, a rough start for Mickelson in the thick stuff, right of the fairway. So everybody off and running.
Only 5 of the last 19 majors have been won by the 54-hole leader. Can he, Phil, change that trend and hold on to it?
Well, they were teeing off. This was Stricker up ahead on the green for birdie.
Nice pace and a good putt, just underread it just slightly.
So now his playing competitor Schwartzel for birdie to tie Mickelson behind him.
Make this putt.
Schwartzel barely has it tip over, and he's back into red numbers at 1 under.
He misread it, but it just fell
That
in.
had ideas, Johnny, of hanging on the edge.
It was a straight putt, but he played it right edge. And look at this. Who knows? That might be the difference of him getting in a playoff or winning the U.S. Open.
Remember
right there.
that. First hole.
Yep. And that's momentum right there.
Up to 2.
Luke Donald now putting up the hill for birdie Noda.
Peter not taking any chances of stubbing a chip.
And this whole location is really causing the players some problems, surprisingly, to 3.
Ricky Fowler, extremely quick downhill putt for a par. And he's got that deep bunker. So Fowler remains at +4. Back to 2.
What I was just talking about, Noda, about the whole location giving the players a lot of problems. The ones that are going at this green in 2, they put it on the back of the green, and they have a very difficult putt coming down that hill. But if they lay it up short and they hit the wedge, they spin it right off the front of the green. So a lot of problems here at 2. But it's a par 5. Players should be making birdies.
That's exactly what Donald did, spun it off the front.
And those are the type of putts you don't want, those little 3-foot downhillers for par. Let's go to 11.
McIlroy just a moment ago drove it into the creek, into Cobb's Creek. So taking a drop after a penalty stroke, playing his 3rd, and back in the creek again. I don't think he'll be using that club anymore. A lot of frustration there, John.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it is not.
You cannot use that club. Again.
And let's bring in Thomas Pagel from USGA to explain that situation.
Yeah, it looks like Rory took out his frustration, and because his club became unfit, not in the normal course of play, he can no longer use that. So got his frustration out, but has to leave that one out of play for the rest of the day.
Mahan on the way at the first. Way short. That's been the theme for the most part at the first. Got a lie for Mickelson, Roger.
It's sitting down. It's not the worst lie I've seen, and only has 89 yards left to the hole, but the point is being able to control the ball, and I don't think he'll have an easy time doing that.
He sort of has a shot where he plays it back in the stance, Roger, and he sort of just chunks down on it. It comes out, you know, sort of. He does real well with it, is what I'm trying to say. He's got 5 wedges, so he's got plenty to choose from. Shot we've been seeing is more up and then down, not so much a big full follow through. If he plays a shot that's been successful earlier in the week.
Comes out on the high side. Will it release? Not much.
Pretty heavy lie, I guess. Not bad, but not real good either. Not what the gallery wanted to see, I can tell you that.
To 3.
Jason Day has a chance for a rare 2 here at the long par 3. This group was waved up, allowed to hit to the green, while Ricky Fowler and Michael Kim were still on the edge of the green. We go back to 2.
And this was just a moment ago. Luke Donald straight up the hill for his par 5. So a par start for Luke Donald.
3rd.
Long par putt here for Billy Horschel. His tee shot, Johnny, came up short of the green with a 3-wood and did not play a very good pitch from down below the green.
Very slow putt there.
Yeah, very slow. So not a good start for Horschel. That's going to probably be another bogey after bogeying 2. We'll go back to the second.
And this was just earlier Steve Stricker with his tee shot. And you can see he hung on to that, and that is heading dangerously close to the out of bounds.
Man.
And it needs to get a lucky bounce off those trees. Well, the marshals are waving it's out.
That is very unusual for Steve Stricker.
A very poor mistake for Steve. Yeah, that's not what you normally see from Steve. So his second ball gets that nice bounce back into the fairway. So hopefully he can recover from that. Back to 1.
And Mahan and Mickelson. It'll be Hunter outside of Mickelson to putt for birdie first.
This will come across a knob and turn left. Certainly after about 2/3 of the way to the hole, it'll be moving away from him and turning left.
Break's pretty good.
Yeah. At that point now it'll start going pretty good left.
So that presented even. As you look at Hunter rankings on the green, how about the way he's turned it around here at Merion this week? Overall putting average was tied for 145th on the PGA Tour, 125th in 3 putts. First this week in both categories, one of 3 players without a 3-putt. Joining Carl Peterson and Brandt Snedeker.
See if he can read this correctly. It does move pretty good.
Right to left, yeah. A little different angle, but very much the same thing.
It's a good looking putt. Just a little strong to dump in there for the 3.
That was pure. Man, watch this. It looks like it's going to go on the high side. Yeah.
Mickelson thought he had it, and the crowd was ready to let him hear it. To 3.
And there's a good look at the hole location, kind of in the back right portion of this huge green. And at 266 yards uphill into the breeze, Luke Donald with a driver.
Trying to hit a cut, and he double crossed. It's headed way left of the green.
Some bad stuff over there.
That might be unplayable.
That very well could be. That bush, it appeared. Let's see, we'll get a good look as we follow it from above. It's not going to be good.
You think it's in the bush or the bunker?
I don't know, John. It was hard to tell.
Yeah, it was.
Either one is not going to be very good. Obviously, the bunker would be a lot better than the bush, but that was not his best effort. Now, Justin Rose going with a 3-wood, Noda.
And this is the difference between Rose and Donald. Rose has the power to just make a nice, comfortable swing, and I think he can get it to the front or at least the middle. Whereas I think Donald really had to try and manufacture something there, which led to the errant shot.
The right bunker's been grabbing a lot of balls.
This is silly. I don't think it's going to cover that bunker.
Not even going to get to the bunker. But figuring how strong the wind is. So both Donald and Justin Rose, big problems at the par 3/3. Well, it appears as though Luke Donald's ball actually hit the standard bearer from the group in front. Jason Day and Billy Horschel. Not quite sure where the ball ended up. Hopefully the standard bearer is okay as we go back to the second.
Yeah, let's hope that they're okay. We get so many great volunteers here at the U.S. Open Championship each and every year. Well, Steve Stricker's ball was out of bounds, wasn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it was, and he really needs to gather himself now to see if he can somehow make a 6 here.
208. You can see he's got 257 yards on his 4th shot, and he's got an iron. I would assume he's laying this up.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a layup, Peter. Uphill into the wind. Wind is quite strong right now.
Boy, his ball striking has been so good all week, Mark. He's 8th in fairways hit and 2nd in greens and regulation. And surprisingly, his putting is his worst stat for the week.
Wow, this is a shank.
That was a dead shank.
That was a shank, and that one may be up against the fence.
Oh, man, I can't believe this.
Well, this is so uncharacteristic of Steve Stricker. Let's take another look at that with our Pro Tracer. Wow.
Unbelievable.
And I'm not sure what's going to happen next. I think Charles Schwartzel is going to go ahead and play before Steve hits his provisional.
You believe that? What's happened?
Well, that's what the U.S. Open is all about. It's intimidating just about every shot. Now Charles Schwartzel with his 2nd. You can see from the left rough he's got no angle. Playing actually at Ardmore Avenue, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah, he only had 244 to the hole, but no chance to go for it.
Playing provisional?
Playing a provisional, but this could well be his ball in play, I'll tell you. This U.S. Open could be over pretty quickly for Steve Stricker if he doesn't gather himself.
Shot after Shank's no bargain either.
That's a good one.
So he's got to go over there and see if he can find his ball and see if it's in play.
Well, Jeff Hall from the USGA is with this group, and he is right up there. I can see him, so we will know pretty quickly.
I'm surprised somebody didn't wave in or out.
Well, I think they might have been so surprised that that ball came off where it did.
And up at 3, Luke Donald seeing this volunteer that he hit and signed a glove. And I can tell you, Johnny, I've done this. We've all done it. Any of us that have played the game for a living, when you hit someone, it is a very frightening thing, and it makes you sick to your stomach.
Right in the head.
Could have a very negative effect on Luke Donald. And Stricker's ball, I guess, is out of bounds at 2. And we go to the tee there.
Hunter Mahan now.
This going up the left-hand side. At the edge of fairway or rough.
Oh, and he got a great bounce, Roger. Just catches the short grass. So now Mickelson with his, what do you call it, a driver? Or what do we call it, a 2-wood, Roger?
It's a very strong 3-2.
Cameras, please.
That covers all the bases.
He hits it a long way.
Well, he's got 1 wood in the bag. He's got 5 wedges. This is the most creative player we see out here, club-wise, equipment-wise.
Really
starts up to left, hitting a drive. This is pretty solid at the right side of the fairway.
That was an aggressive swing, Peter.
Well, we saw it yesterday when he hit tee shot on the tee shot on 15. He really feels like he's swinging well. He's hitting it as well as he's hit it in his entire career. That bodes well for Phil Mickelson.
This was the scene just earlier while we're in commercial. The young woman being helped up. That is good news to see. And a very concerned Luke Donald.
Giving her his glove.
It's just been a real pall over the proceedings here with the young lady being injured. Good to see her get up. And then what has happened to Stricker over at the 2nd. So now Donald here, Gary.
Yeah, actually playing now his 2nd shot. Noda can't see anything.
Yeah, he can see the surface, but that was about it, and he just lofted it over that bush, and that was about as good as he could do.
If he hadn't hit her, it probably would have been in the bushes, right, Gary?
I would have thought so, John, yeah. Number 2.
This is just a moment 7 to go. Charles Schwartzel with his third. Again, got to watch the spin.
That's good.
That ball barely moved.
Very nice.
Now this was Steve Stricker's 7th shot. His second ball was out of bounds. I should say the one that he shanked to the right. To 5.
So Fernandez Castano played with Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods yesterday and played the better of the number 1 and number 2 ranked players in the world. He's at +5. Started off with a birdie at the first, gave it back at the third. And that beauty.
That is a shot. This is the hardest hole on the golf course today. And 4.75 average, which is like crazy hard as the 17th hole at Olympic Club.
You can see where that green tilts. Played it perfectly.
And back at the third, Luke Donald now with a lot of work here, Noda, if he's going to somehow come out of here with a par.
There is a lot of work, but he had a really good exchange with that young lady. Signed the glove, gave it to her, and apologized, and she smiled and said it's okay. So I think she's going to be all right. The tricky thing on this putt, Gary, is that it is extremely slow, and I'm sure you've been seeing this, but it's a double breaker and it's very, very slow.
Yeah, very few players, I would agree with Noda, have been able to get the ball to the hole from this position. Good effort, but it'll be a bogey. And we'll drop to +2. So we'll have to keep an eye on him, Noda, and see if it has any of a negative effect on Luke Donald. As we go back to 2.
Charles Schwartzel now for birdie in the outright lead. Good chance to go birdie on his first 2 holes. And I pulled that the whole way. Back to 3.
Justin Rose played a very nice pitch from down below the green, but a tough putt here, Noda.
Yeah, very, very fast left to right, and these are the putts that he's been struggling with when trying to win tournaments.
Back to the second.
Steve Stricker now with this putt for a triple bogey 8. What a surprise.
He almost needs to forget about what score he's making on this hole, Peter, I think, and say, you know what? I'm only 3 shots or 4 shots behind in the U.S. Open. Still got a chance.
Well, that's what happens in major championships. You got to forget about each individual hole, just the overall body of work for the week. There you go, so a triple bogey. That is actually a birdie with those 2 balls that went out of bounds. That's his highest career score on any hole in the U.S. Open Championship for Stricker. So now Mickelson back in the fairway, Roger.
264 up this hill and into a pretty good breeze right now, gusting against him at the moment. I think he might wait this gust out.
The breeze has been picking up and laying down all week long as we've seen a lot of weather blow through here.
There's quite a few places you don't want to hit it here, huh, Roger?
Yeah. The problem is he's got this uphill lie, so he's got to kind of launch it up into the wind. It's a long way to hit the ball into this breeze right now.
And when you're hitting a shot uphill, it's hard to get to your front foot. And in Phil's case, because he's a left-hander, it's hard to get his weight to his right side. And it tends to go a little bit of a hook, which would be to the right side of the green. But we'll see.
This
This is hooking right.
And the only good thing I can say about that is he's got some green to work with. That ball looked like that deep into the bunker. Let's take another look with our pro tracer. His foot, his left foot. And now Hunter Mahan.
He's got 257 to the hole. Hole on just 8 paces, so 249 front edge. Wind gusting up again pretty good right now. This also right.
He's hit more fairways than anybody in the tournament so far for 3 rounds, so both these players like the way they're striking the golf ball. Mickelson definitely playing well with his irons.
And Fernandez Castano, after that beautiful second, a birdie at the par 4 fifth.
There was only 2 birdies on that hole prior to that little miss.
Back to 3
Still that way.
Schwartzel on the tee with a 3-wood.
Boy, this one is pounded, Gary. Very piercing ball flight.
It's one of the better shots we've seen here in the last hour or so, Johnny. It's on the green, which is the good news. It'll roll back a little bit, which actually will make the putt a little easier.
Man, 266-yard par 3. Raised green. That's a tough hole. Tough hole.
Phil Mickelson and Charles Schwartzel tied atop the leaderboard at 1 under par in the 113th playing of the U.S. Open.
Par 5 second.
Boy, what a tough stance for Phil Mickelson, Roger.
Yeah, right foot out of the bunker, ball well below his feet. And got it to come out so high and soft. That was brilliant.
Let's take another look at that from above. You can see what Phil's got. Boy, all you got to do is put a wedge in this guy's hand. That is magic. Seems like every time this guy hits a wedge shot from the bunker around the green, he thinks it's going in. To 4.
This difficult par 4 or par 5, 4th for birdie day, +2, chance to get it to +1. Now he gets the really hard par 4 fifth. But he'll go in there with a birdie to get within 2. And back to 3.
Stricker came up short right, Mark, which we have seen a number of players trying to play out of this bunker. Not an easy shot.
Boy, he hit a good tee shot, too. I think he would have needed a driver, Gary, to get the ball back to the hole. Hole's playing quite long right now. Tough to get this one back to the hole, speaking of that.
Pretty well. It's very similar to what we saw Ricky Fowler do from that bunker, and Fowler was able to make the putt. Back to 2.
Hunter Mahan now for birdie. Remember, he's leading the field this week in putting.
Really a poor wedge, but this one moved from right to left.
He's been working very hard on his short game, and it's starting to show up. To 12.
Jason Dufner making a bit of a move up the board. A good round going, currently at +5. 3 under on the day. This is a portion of the golf course where you can get back at Marion a bit, and there's the way you play the second at 12. And a good chance for Dufner to get to +4. 4 under on the day. He's got the best round going out there by a couple of shots.
Take a look at that graphic. The last par 5 birdie at a U.S. Open was back in 2011, the 6th hole, the 3rd round. And what a birdie this would be, Roger.
Tremendous up and in.
all week. He's hit brilliant recovery shots, great iron shots, but the putter has let him down so far. He's made some great putts, but he's missed some easy ones that we normally see Phil Mickelson make. To 3.
Schwartzel, lengthy putt for a birdie, and he is going to have to play this one well to the left, Mark Rolfing.
He is, Gary, and it's going to be very slow, particularly in the middle of the putt, because not only is it uphill, but it's straight into the wind. And as that wind starts pushing it, it's going to cause it to break even more right.
Needs to go. Not bad, but it leaves an awkward little 6-footer with some left to right movement. As we go to 4.
And second at the par 5, just earlier, there's the blind shot over the cross bunker. 243, Justin Rose.
He's going with a big long iron as hard as he can swing. See if it's a good one.
Just gets over. Good shot.
Really good shot. Yeah, that's a dangerous shot. A little creek right there, as you can see, folks.
A little tributary at Cobbs Creek. Now the third shot, Notah for Luke Donald.
Downhill, downwind. He's caught this heavy. It's going to need some help.
And that is in the hazard.
He's showing signs of nerves, U.S. Open nerves, no doubt about it.
And while we have a moment, look at the quaint Marion Golf Clubhouse. And inside, near the trophy room, there's the photo, 1-iron Ben Hogan on display there. Called it the trophy room. That is where we were at Tuesday night, Johnny. They had the Champions Dinner there. They call it the trophy room because it is adorned by some great history back there in the trophy cases. You see so many championships staged here through the years. This is the 18th USGA championship. So U.S. Amateur Trophy, U.S. Open Trophy there. They've had Walker Cups here. And just a little example of the history. Here's the U.S. Open Trophy in the trophy room at Marion. And Tiger Woods was looking for that trophy again this year. Is going to come up short.
I was just outside watching him come up the 18th fairway. Beautiful tee shot he hit. And you can see this putt how it breaks towards the back of the green. I'm not sure what he saw, but wasn't his best putt or read. 21 holes this week of bogey or worse. 21 bogeys or worse for Tiger Woods this week.
To 3.
This was just earlier, Dan. Stricker for par. Too much speed to let it break. Now live, Schwartzel for his 3.
Didn't leave it in the best spot for his 3 either, Gary.
And this one will dart to the right if it's not struck firmly enough.
Hit it right through that break.
And Gary, it's amazing what we're watching.
And there is Donald's ball just above Cobbs Creek, and he's going to go down and try to get this one, Notah.
I think that's his only option, because if he does take relief from the hazard, he's got no green to work with and can't get any spin on it, especially hitting downwind. So he does have a little bit of an uphill lie. I do think the ball is sitting up, so this is his best chance to get any air under the ball so it'll land softly on the green.
Could be a good break. It stayed out of there, obviously.
Yes, I think he certainly feels like he did get a good break there, and I do think he can get some air and get this underneath it and onto the green.
By the way, Schwartzel tapped in for his bogey at 3, so he's dropped to even. 4th shot for Donald at this par 5.
That's why I said I think it was a good break, because I wasn't sure what he was going to do with that shot. So,
and now he's in that greenside bunker there, Notah.
Yes, it did hit off the face of the bunker, and that was really only about a foot from getting onto the green, so it was pretty close. It just got stuck in the mud in this creek bed here.
Yeah, he hit way on the top of the club face. Well, almost went right underneath that ball.
Cannot be more of an uncomfortable start for Luke Donald, who hit the woman at the 3rd, and then having his problems here at the 4th. Jason Dufner for that birdie at the 12th. And he is 4 under on his round today. +4 for the championship. Back to 3.
Hunter Mahan on the tee, and Raj, he's measuring 2 club lengths so he can go back as far as he can and still be within the proper teeing ground, but he's got a driver out.
He's got the #1 wood, and I guess now it's 268 yards.
Oh, man.
Gary, is it possible that like 2 or 3 over might win this championship?
I would say the way things are going, it certainly could be.
I mean, you get a guy like Jason Day, if he somehow could make birdie at 13 and par in, you never know.
Here's a little information, rules-wise, on a tee in golf.
Can't be more than 4 inches in height.
Used to hit him off pencils. You ruined my little trick.
Chi-Chi used to do that as well, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, you can get a lot of lift, especially going over trees or dog legs.
There's the 2 club lengths as we look at it from the side. And there's the rule of the team ground. 2 club lengths in depth in the rectangular area.
Right, and is well down the hill below the green.
Real, that's a perfect fit for you. Just a nice one of those.
Up to 4.
And the 5th for Donald.
He's so good at all the bunkers. I mean, just crazy good.
So he's going to drop one there. It's going to be 2 bogeys in a row for Donald. He's going to fall to +3 and back to 3.
And Mickelson on the tee.
I believe this is that 2 wood.
Lefty for president.
And that's going to miss the green to the left.
Do you think that was the 2 wood or the 4, Gary?
Well, it's hard to say, John. The 2 wood has the deeper face, but we really didn't get a good look. So we go over to 4.
Justin Rose, who reached in 2 for eagle. This group kind of needs something good to happen. Both coming off bogeys. Donald's going to make another one here.
Goes left. No, not bad.
Should pick up the birdie to get it back to +1. And Tiger ending another major championship without a victory. 5 years now. So next up, the British Open. And then the PGA, his highest 72-hole score to par here in a major as a professional, +13.
And he's looking for that major. You know, he's on pace very similar to Jack Nicklaus. And you can see right there, highest score to par in a major. Those are the wrong kind of records he wants to have.
Back over at 4, Rose for his birdie. And he gets it to +1. And moving on to Mickelson in a bit of a problem at the 3rd. U.S. Open from Marion. Mahan and Schwartzel at even. Justin Rose moves up a notch. Jason Dufner having the best day of the course so far at 4 under.
This was just a moment ago. Mickelson playing his 2nd shot out of the long grass and didn't quite get into the bunker. Matt Schaefer, the superintendent here, was saying that the grass around these bunkers is horrendous. They're full of little pits and holes, and they are meant to be difficult to play from, and they certainly are. Said the members absolutely hate it, get on him all the time about it. And look at this ball trickle. It's a good indication of the severity of the slope in this third green.
If you're just joining us, the start can be rough, and then you get that patch, Gary, 7 through 13, and where you can get back at the course, and then it's hang on to the finish. This is Jason Day for par at the 5th.
Just such a brutal hole, playing 4.7 or more, just so hard.
So he's going to drop one there after a birdie at the 4th and back to 3.
Making a big swing out of that long rough. Fantastic. Doesn't seem to have a lot of problem on those shots, Johnny. It's when the grass is cut closely that he has an issue.
Yeah, chunk him.
Can definitely make another one. He's in the part of the course at the end of the part where you can. Oh, got in.
He didn't think he made that. He thought he missed it right.
So Jason Duffner is 5 under on the round.
Look at that. He's saying, how did that go in?
The best round turned in is 3 under, 367s. Mickelson, Horschel, and yesterday Ricky Fowler. He was a tie for 25th to begin the day. Duffner has moved into a tie for 6th to 3.
A lengthy par putt here for Mickelson. This is severely uphill, very slow.
Go ball!
Powers it up the hill and leaves a really nasty one coming back. Over 10.
Lee Westwood, this just a moment ago for his birdie. 10 today, only 290 yards. A lot of players taking a swing at this from the tee. So Lee Westwood with the birdie 3. Back to 3.
Mickelson for the 4 now here, and Raj, I mentioned the putt was very slow, but he really hammered that par effort.
He did. He's got a good 8 feet coming back down this hill, and he's got to move to his left, doesn't it?
Should, yeah. And this is one of those you have to hit so softly that you have to be dead on as far as the line is concerned.
This is the awkward putt for lefties, just like the left to righter is awkward for right-handed putters. So this is a tough putt.
You got to make the choice whether you dribble it down there or give it a bit of a go. And if you miss it, will it go 4 feet by, Gary?
Could very easily, yes.
Huge putt for him. Bogey. Man, it's just an amazing hour that we've watched in golf.
Donald, Stricker,
This third hole has taken its toll. 2 of the last 14 players to play it, they've played it in 9 over par. As we go ahead to the 4th.
And this is the 3rd for Schwartzel, Mark.
Well, he has shown us what his strategy is going to be, and that is to still stay conservative like he typically does, because he drove the ball just barely into the left rough and had a pretty good lie. Decided to lay it up. He's got 65 yards now.
Be careful with the downslope, not to hit a fat like Donald. Sounded good.
All right, another putt at birdie coming back down. Par 5 4th. The teeing ground moved up 571 today, Johnny.
Yeah, it's plays reasonably short because it's downhill with second shot. So if you can place your drive right up to where we're getting about now, you can give it a go down that hill. We saw Justin Rose knock it right on the green with an iron, so it's very doable, but a hard hole location to get at with a long club because it's on the front.
So Hunter Mahan, who lost the last driver he hit on the 3rd to the right with driver.
Get him a body bag!
Was cutting to the right side.
Found the left again. So now we'll see how Mickelson bounces back from a double.
That was his first double bogey of the week. So that's a bit of a shocker to any player when you've sort of been playing well and not even coming close to making a double. All of a sudden you make one, it's like, whoa.
Since Sunday play began in this U.S. Open in 1965, Mickelson is the third oldest player to go off in the final pairing of the final round. Julius Boros, 53 years old in 73. Gil Morgan was 45 in 92.
Hard swing at it. It might not be okay the way he's studying it, but no, it's very good.
And he's going to be in go range.
Yeah, that's definitely a birdie spot there. Let's see if he sets it.
274, can't even reach it.
Back up to 5. This is the tough par 4. Just earlier, Justin Rose making it even tougher out of the bunker here.
Hardest hole on the course. This one and 18 are about neck and neck for difficulty, and that leaves himself a very difficult little half wedge.
Up to 6.
This would be just the second birdie of the day here at 6. Ricky Fowler should turn a little to his right. Wow, look at that power lip.
He's got to learn to hit those easier, Peter.
Yeah, he hit that very hard. Back to 4.
And Schwartzel looking for the outright lead to get back in to red figures.
And this one straight down the hill, but as we've seen all week, Johnny, these are not what you would call lightning fast. I mean, they are fast, but there's no real reason to be totally afraid of a putt like this.
It's tough to read these, isn't it, perfectly when you just sort of have to glide it down there.
Yeah, it would tend to break a little more with the speed that it's going to have.
Go to the left,
I'd say it's got a fairly decent break to the left.
That unusual technique of putting his left hand in his left pocket while he grips with the right hand. Got there about 6 feet.
A little left coming back to remain it even. To the par 4, 5th, and the 3rd for Justin Rose. Green big time right to left break.
Preferably you'd keep it left of the hole. That will trickle quite a bit, but leave himself a huge break left or right. I mean, you're really better off on the right side of your screen there, putting up the hill.
Back to 4 for Stricker. This is a birdie and trying to chip away at a +4 score in the last 2 holes, Mark.
I think it's a big putt for him, Dan. I think he could change his whole sort of mental approach to the day if he could somehow get this one in. And he can still win this championship. There is no doubt about it, as bad a stretch as he's had.
I don't know if anybody's ever on the last day hit an OB and a shank and won, so that'd be something new.
And just a reminder, if you were not with us yesterday, how much can change and how dramatically it can change on the last few holes, especially 17 and 18.
Oh, yeah. Well, 14 also.
Up to 6.
Jason Day now. Job 1 is accomplished. Put the ball in the fairway. Watch this golf swing. Boy, he is a hard swinger and a solid striker. Just one birdie here today so far. That of Sean Stephanie. This is actually a par 4.5. It's averaging a half stroke over par for the entire week.
It's quite a 1-2 punch on 5 and 6. 5 being 4.75, and then 6. Those are the 2 hardest holes in a row on the golf course.
I'm tired just watching these guys. This has just been a hard work hour or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, nothing easy. I mean, this is all nerves, folks. I mean, this is what nerves will do to you on Sunday at a U.S. Open. These guys are not even hardly the same golfer they were the first 3 days, almost to a man. Even the putt he made at number 1, dead straight uphill putt, he hit it way, right edge, and it shouldn't have fallen in, but it fell in, which was, so there's a lot of unusual things happening.
So he's putting for birdie now for bogey. 3 putt. Bogey for Charles Schwartzel. So just when you think he's going to get it together, he's made back-to-back bogeys. And here's Hunter Mahan out of the thick rough, laying up.
A blind shot layup, and this going down the left side a little bit.
It's good, Roger. Got a little roll on that one.
Well, beautiful shot from high above the east course of Marion. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything we've learned making tires for superior performance inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Now Mickelson. A downhill shot at this 4th. And again, blind. And Roger, you're on the scene.
That's from 258. Ball below his feet. Hole cut right in the front. Even if you carry it on this green, John, can you stop it before it gets all the way to the back?
Yeah, you can keep it on, but you
can't
the hole usually.
He's got no idea where it is, but he's going to like it when he sees it. Just left of the wicker.
And that forward, he just hit the shot of the day. That's the best shot we've seen, I think, all day long.
So he's doing this after a double at the 3rd. You got to have a bounce back mentality in Marion today, or you're not going to be lifting that U.S. Open trophy. All sorts of scores happening right now. Third of the 5-4 for Hunter Mahan from 7.
Beautiful done. Yeah, very nice shot. Took a big forward hop. I was a little surprised it didn't spin more.
So we got a birdie attempt for Mahan coming up and an eagle attempt for Mickelson coming up there. And Luke Donald in front of the green at the tough 5th. This just earlier.
Sort of chillied it.
Luke went on to make another bogey. That's 3 bogeys in a row as that one trickles down the slope.
You can see this hole. This hole is unbelievable. 67 players have played number 5, and they're 52 over par. 67 players, 52 over par.
Look how far out Justin Rose is playing this par attempt.
This green is, close to illegal. It's being mown slower than the rest of them just because of the crazy slope from as we're looking left to right.
Yep, so Donald and Rose joined the brigade of bogeys at 5, up at 6.
This par 4.5, and Billy Horschel knocks in the 2nd birdie of the day. And Billy Horschel now back in it at +3. And there's that celebration we're used to seeing. Yeah. 14.
And this is a par attempt for Dufner. He's at +3, Johnny. If he's able to maybe post that number, he's got some really hard holes coming up. What do you think?
I think he's got maybe even a 40% chance of forcing a playoff. I really believe that the leaders under open pressure have a decent chance of struggling. And of course, Phil could play 2 under from here on in. Wouldn't surprise me either, but we'll see.
Well, there had never been an ace in a U.S. Open at Marion until Sean Stepney took care of that today. With Rose at 17, there's never been an eagle in a U.S. Open on this hole. And Mickelson came very close. Going to be a tap-in birdie for him, so takes a bit of the sting out of the double that he just made and gets him back to even.
There's 3 or 4 shots that look like they could go in that haven't gone in. The putt at number 1, sand shot at number 2. I mean, he's had some good chances to hold shots, and they just haven't gone in yet for him. But a good birdie.
Yep, get him while you can. Patience, patience, patience.
Well, I mean, good news for Phil is nobody's run the table at the beginning of the round. Huh, Roger?
Yeah.
So this one moves left, huh?
Yeah, this head right to the left hand, a little downhill as well.
And this for the lead.
This to get to 1 under, and sees it.
It's pretty comfortable. It's not scary enough that you have to be real defensive. So he's got a good shot at hole in this putt.
Just powered it out there too far to the right. So par for Mahan. And he's tied for the lead with Mickelson. Schwartzel 1 back at +1. Jason Day, Justin Rose 2 back. And Horschel with his latest birdie at +3. And Duffner trying to see what kind of number he can post after he gets out of the quarry. So Mickelson on his way over to the toughest hole on the course. And here's 15.
Yeah, just when we're talking about Duffner having a chance to win, take a look at this. He hits it left, and there it goes out of bounds over Golf House Road. Boy, we've seen that a lot so far this week. That out of bounds boundary is about 2 yards left of that 15th fairway. So keep your eyes on 15 as we get to the backside with our leaders.
Just earlier off the tee at the toughest hole of the day here at Marion, par 4 5th, 495 yards. And Mickelson's tee ball headed left.
He hit it
Hang
right
on.
in the rough
Oh, no,
yesterday
hang on.
in the creek. And it looks like he's done it again.
Not in the creek, but in the grass, we understand, in the hazard, as we trace this one.
3 times he's done this week.
Hang on. Oh no, hang on!
So a look at the contact here.
His face is open and stays open. Now it turns down. See how it squares up right there? Just can't go left the 5th hole.
And up at the next hole, par 4 5th, Schwartzel drove it in the right rough, pitched out, third shot, 78 yards. Doesn't like this one.
Way too hard. Watch this thing trickle.
So Schwartzel is in deep danger of 3 bogeys in a row. Again, this is a very tough stretch.
And the 6th hole is darn near as hard.
And back to Mahan on the tee at 5.
Best driver of the ball, probably among the contenders. And he's just a driving machine.
So Mahan, yep.
Could win him the Open.
Yeah, all bars so far, Johnny. Hunter Mahan. Is it even? Tiger Woods finished up a while back with a score of +13 for the championship in a final round 74. And here's what he had to say after coming up short at yet another major.
Yeah, I certainly didn't make a lot of putts in the first couple days, and as I said yesterday, I had 3 putts the first couple days, and you know that's 1 shot off the lead. Yesterday, obviously, did not play well, and you know today was a little bit of a struggle out there in these conditions. Conditions are tough out there, and not a lot of low scores out there for sure.
You know, when you hit 6 fairways out of 14 tries, you're going to have a tough day. I don't care what the conditions are. This is the old-fashioned U.S. Open, folks. If you do not hit in the fairway like Hunter Mahan can do, you are going to have quite the day.
Out to 7.
Jason Day has a very lengthy putt for a birdie here. Played a shot, Johnny, from the fairway from 138 yards and was trying to use the backstop behind the hole and ended up flying it past that. So now he's got to putt up and over that little slope and then back down toward the hole. One of the quaint things about this golf course, Danny, the houses all around the perimeter that a lot of people taking advantage of.
Yep, you grab a seat anywhere you can.
Parties, that's right. Have a party, invite everybody over, and let them watch a little golf.
And I know everybody that's, you know, there's a lot of good seats. I don't think all of those good seats have tickets. Not necessary when you can just grab somebody's porch and have a great view.
Jason Day just 2 over, 2 out of the lead. You're going to run over to 5.
To 5th.
Mickelson is down in that hazard.
Oh, man, trying to hit a wood off that line.
It's got a decent lie, but the ball's way below his feet. It's the stance that's so awkward, John. He's got 239 to the hole up here. And You know, I think he can get it up within 100 yards of the green, but I wouldn't try to tackle on a whole lot more than that, or it'd be a lot of risk.
You wouldn't be tackling a 4-wood, would you?
No, sir.
Up ahead on the green is Schwartzel for par.
And this one not an easy par attempt either. He's had a bunch of tough ones. Big break to the right at the end.
Wow. He's in danger of a double. Yep. This putt here is just crazy tough. Probably 6-inch break, just diving left.
Gonna snap on him. And over to Jason Day again at 7.
Yeah, so this was just earlier. Up and over this ridge, has about 3 breaks in it, goes right, then left, and actually goes back to the right again at the end. And overall, very well judged. Back to the 5th.
Still indecision here, Raj. Now he's got his club.
Yeah, I like that. You know, anything can really kind of happen with the ball this far below your feet, and that bunker short, well right of the green, well short of the green, I should say. I wouldn't want any part of that. Get it up there where you can get a wedge.
Go, Bill!
Okay. Let's advance it up the fairway. Hang on. Should go back left.
Very much. You know, we've seen Phil dial back this week a couple times. You know, I mean, he had the metal down there. Maybe Bones was trying to talk him out of it and did, but
Yeah, his inclination was to grab that metal wood. But see how you can stay down on that shot? You got to keep your bend in your back, and it takes a lot of hand-eye coordination to hit that flush.
And this is the putt that is just going to go bang left on Schwartzel for a bogey.
The issue now here is he needs to hit this one with a little pace to try and take some of the break out of it. But if it misses, look out.
He's playing about 6-7 inches right of the hole. That was really struck perfectly.
Still 3 bogeys in a row after the birdie start for Schwartzel, and he's dropped to +2, 2 behind Mickelson and Mayhem, but they're at the tough 5th right now.
Yeah, and going to the tough 6th.
Right behind him. Yep. Let's go to 15.
Jason Dufner now with his 5th shot. With his 2nd drive, he put it in the fairway bunker. Just popped it out to there, and he's got a very tough angle here. And oh, the adventure continues. That was a moment ago. Now, here is his 6th.
Does he have enough green to work with there, Peter?
Very little green to work, but he's got to get this straight up in the air, which he did nicely. So he'll have that left for a triple bogey 7. Back to 5.
Mayhem drilled a good one off the tee, Raj.
He did. Still waiting for the green to clear ahead of him. Stricker has just putted out, and the Hunter has 213 up this hill into the breeze.
I'd sort of like to see what a 4 looks like, Roger. I don't know what you think.
Any 4 on this hole, John, is a good 4.
Stricker bogeyed up ahead along with Schwartzel. The previous group, Donald and Rose, both bogeyed. Then you had 2 bogeys by Day and Horschel in the group ahead of that. 2 more bogeys by Kim and Fowler in the group ahead of that. Another one by Henrik Stenson in the group before that.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, he's in a great position here. Ideally, you ought to just keep it left of the hole. I mean, don't try to flare it over to the right for the bank and the roll, and just try to 2-putt from 40 feet up the hill.
Well, the strike is good. It's a little right of the hole.
Yeah.
Wow. Hit a wall of wind, I guess. He didn't miss-hit it.
And now you got to deal with all those nerves.
Well, he could putt it from there if he wants to, so he doesn't have to chip off a tight lilac, you were saying.
Up to 6.
And this is Justin Rose for birdie. Big swinger across the green. Thank you very much to Justin Rose. Back to 1 over. And just 1 back. Back to 5.
And Mickelson's 3rd.
It's from 117. Knocking it down on this one. Right of the hole, needs a kick.
Well, that better start trickling.
Oh, is that going to be fast? monster ride at the U.S. Open. Everyone that's played it knows about it. Justin Rose just had a nice little ride at the 6th to get back to +1. While we were away, this was Hunter Mahan's 3rd to this difficult 5th green.
He's got to hit this, as we guessed. He's going to putter.
Yep.
So, it's going to keep trickling, but not bad. That's a good lead. So that's where you want to putt from, so you can hit it up the hill, even though it slides right.
Now Mickelson, this for par.
This is lightning fast.
Careful not to 3-putt this.
He's playing it just touching it.
Takes imagination. But that is a brutal putt he's got coming back. It's got to be hit perfectly for a lefty.
He is in danger of another double bogey. Up to 6.
And this was just earlier, Luke Donald for bogey. Wow, it's all come undone for Luke. He went on to make double bogey 6, and boy, what happened to him over there on the 3rd, hitting that standard bear, that sign carrier.
Well, this is the 2nd for Jason Day. Got through that tough stretch in decent shape. The lone bogey at the 5th. He's at +2, and now he's trying to grab some more from Marion. Birdie chance there at the 8th. Back to the 5th, and this for the bogey, Roger.
Well, uphill, right to left. You got to hit this putt super solid, Johnny, to make it.
Yeah, you do. And at lefty, it's a tough putt. 2 double bogeys already today. And this birthday wish is not coming true at the moment.
Sandwiched around the birdie at the par 5 4th.
Very disappointing for him.
And Mahan to keep this string of pars going.
Great up and in. Remember on the 3rd hole, you know, right of the green when he said some things he shouldn't have said. And then again, if he gets this up and in, wow.
The short game has been intact for Mahan today. But he is tied for the lead at even par if this one gets down for Mickelson for double. The +2 that would be, Mahan would have the outright lead at the even mark. So Mickelson falling to +2. Up and down at 3, 4, and 5 big time. So Hunter Mahan has his first lead.
Hitting the fairways is a key compared to Phil, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, Phil's hard to hit a fairway today.
Justin Rose at 7.
Positioned nicely off the tee, 147 yards. Looking for it to get down on. It gets just up on top of that little ridge behind the hole. Overly difficult putt from there. Back to 6.
Charles Schwartzel now after a perfect tee shot. You can see that whole location back right. Looked kind of like it's in the middle of the green, and wow, that is flared way to the right. And that goes under that bleachers. The bleacher stand over there. Let's go back to the 8th.
Let's see if Jason Day can get it to +1.
Not too much break here. This is very makeable.
And Jason Day is one back.
He looks solid today. He's got it under control.
Out to 6.
And Hunter on the tee. Let's take a look at the 6th. As we've said all week long, this is one of the most brutal par 4s at Marion, 490 yards. It's a blind tee shot down over that cross bunker to this bold fairway here. And then it's back uphill with a long second. A lot of woods into this green. Probably long irons today from our leaders because they're all long hitters.
Yeah, beauty, Hunter. Great shot.
So this is a beauty turn right to left. Ball center of the fairway.
Well, he is driving his ball beautifully all week, Roger, and that is perfectly placed. So Phil Mickelson now.
Only one drive in the fairway, just the 4th hole, guys.
You can see what the players are looking at. You cannot see the fairway. You've just got to try to fit it down just to the right of the walk path. Mickelson's going to hit a draw.
Happy Father's Day, Bob!
And those two are beauty. This right in the middle.
This hole today playing a half stroke over par on the average.
Back at 7, Justin Rose. It goes downhill initially, then back a little bit uphill at the end. Should move to the right. Oh, so Justin Rose to even par, now tied for the lead. Came here last week to work on his game, and then back earlier in the week to just
Out of the thick rough is Schwartzel.
He's got to hit a big high flop. This was just a moment ago. Well, you think the players are going to be excited to see that 7th tee after playing 3, 4, 5, and 6. Brutally tough.
And here's Jason Day staring down 246 down the hill with a 5-iron. We're going to get to +1, within 1.
Had trouble, water short and right, and pretty solid. Long ways from the flag, but I'll tell you, I wouldn't hit it again if I was given a chance. That's good. Part of there is a good score.
Back to 6.
Now here's Schwartzel for his bogey.
It is melting.
Yeah,
Peter.
it's amazing. The U.S. Open is all about survival. And the USGA, they like to test every part of the players' games, not just their ball striking ability, but their control of the insides too.
over at 16. Duffner coming off the triple at 15.
Oh,
comes right back with a birdie at 16. So back to 3 under par for the round, +5 for the championship. As we go to 6.
Mickelson after that perfect tee shot, Roger.
Up the hill here, 210 left.
Get in the hole!
Kind of gusting right now. Solid strike left of the hole toward the center of the green.
And that is one of the best we've seen today. We'll have a good look at birdie here.
Pretty good amount of wind down there, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah.
Let's go back to 9.
And Billy Horschel on the tee has calmed down a bit, at least scoring-wise, after 3 bogeys in the first 5 holes. Birdie at 6, couple pars later. He's at +3, +2 for the day, and that is it. Deep stuff. Back to
out
6.
a little bit. Yeah. But that thing is right up against the back edge. Okay. Take your time here.
John Wood, Hunter's caddy.
Just pass here.
Caddy out here on tour.
Okay.
All pars so far, folks, and
pars never hurt you at a U.S. Open.
Co-leader with that par string.
204 now up the hill. Ball below his feet. This hit a much higher trajectory than Phil's on a good line, but might need to go. Yeah, he just killed it.
2 holes in a row that's happened up here.
Yeah, it's still not a bad leave where he is.
Second for Justin Rose today, trying to keep this going. He's made 2 big putts at 6 and 7.
Hangs up there, but only 2 players under par today in the last 12 pairings. That's Justin Rose, 1 under, Jason Day, 1 under.
We've got Hunter May and a Justin Rose at the top. No one under par. Mickelson, the only player to begin the day under par, has made 2 double bogeys in the first 5 holes. Mickelson dropping back to +2, 2 back. Jason Dufner had it going for a while before the big mistake at 15. Michael Kim, the 19-year-old amateur, at +5, having a sensational week. Martin Laird with a final round 68, and Hideki Matsuyama with a 67 today.
And Michael Kim, the amateur, is +5, a very fine performance for the 19-year-old.
Just on the collar is all he's able to do. And we'll keep it right here for Jason Day, who's the runner-up to Rory McIlroy at Congressional. Remember, 2 years ago, although he was 8 shots back of that incredible performance of McIlroy. Day's total of 8 under that year. That would have won or at least tied for the lead in every other Open but 2. That is how transcendent that performance was by McIlroy that year. Just 25 years old, trying to win another U.S. Open for Australia 32 years after David Graham pulled it off here at Merion.
Just so you might want to know, since you mentioned McIlroy is 14 over par with 1 hole to play for the tournament.
He's on the fringe, and that is why the pin, or in this case the wicker basket, is in.
He's got some brow there that's going to kick it left pretty good. The higher up he throws it, the more it'll break.
So we got to remain at +1, and we go back to 6.
Hunter Mahan now just short of the green in 2. He's got this long putt up this hill. He could pitch this, but I think this is a wise play. Keep the ball on the ground. Boy, he's powered that. So that is going to be a tough putt for par for Hunter.
It's one of the great traditions here at Merion. In fact, the wicker baskets have been used to mark the holes every single USGA championship except the 1950 U.S. Open here. It's a very well kept secret here at Merion, made down in North Carolina, and there's a man here for 43 years who has been taking care of those baskets in what they call the wicker shop here at Merion. Now Mickelson for birdie at 6.
He's due. He hasn't made a putt.
And when those kind of opportunities present themselves at a U.S. Open, you've got to take advantage.
He's hit a lot of good putts, don't you think, in that sand shot at number 2, but they just aren't going in.
Horschel's 3rd at the 9th. He's going to drop another one. 4th bogey of the day if he gets that in. Over to Dufner at 17, 229-yard par 3.
Very makeable. Doesn't get any easier than that chipping.
And triple looming large for Dufner as he pars the 17th to remain at +5. Now Justin Rose at the 8th. Noda.
Very lucky for this ball not to pitch over the back of the green about another 1.5 feet, and he rolled down the back slope there. Has an extremely delicate putt. Breaks pretty good from left to right, but speed is critical because it will try and get away from him.
I think he should have chipped that because he had to play so much break putting it. He could have taken a lot of the break out by hitting a lob wedge or something and then let it trickle down.
Let's go to 6.
And Hunter for par. We won't be able to see if it goes in. He's blocking the hole. So a 3-putt there. Technically a 2-putt. He was off the green with his first one, but he'll count it as a 3-putt. And he falls one back of our new leader, Justin Rose. Take a look at this again. Pretty good roll on it. He just didn't give it enough break. He's been putting well all week long.
Dave for his par at 9. Stays at +1, so he's out in 1 under. One of the few to survive this tough start as we go to 7.
This 7th, the classic short par 4 here at Marion, just some 340 yards. Players play over the hill, so you can't see the landing area. Very narrow fairway. Second shot back uphill to a long green, 47 yards in length. Hole location today just past the false front. A little bit of a backstop behind. Virtually every player in the field has hit an iron off the tee and just trying to position the ball and get it in the fairway.
He's done. He should be in good shape.
Go on.
Needs to get it going now, Gary, with the 7 through 13.
He'll have some wedge opportunities if he can hit the ball in the fairway off the tee as we go to 8.
And Justin Rose for par. Note
Straight up the hill, a little left to right.
Just curled around it in.
Yeah, that didn't have to go in. That's it. It's got a little momentum right now.
And a little magic.
Yeah, getting a little bit stuff at the hole before last.
That's a first par on his card since the 2nd.
So you can see that look in his face. He's thinking, hey, this is going well for me.
Well, let's zoom in on the hole, guys, using our NBC technology and see just how close it comes to not going in. A little bit of luck.
And the hole before last didn't look like it was going to go in either.
That's true, too.
It had like all those crazy breaks and went in.
Over at the 7th.
Mahan on the tee. Looks like no more than a 4-iron.
Underclubbed the last 2 iron shots, didn't he, Gary?
Yeah, I don't think perhaps factoring the wind in enough. But that one's a good one. That one will find the fairway and no divots. So that's a good thing. Over at 15.
And this just a moment ago. Ernie Els for birdie. Just the 6th birdie of the day here at the tough 15th. Only 422 yards, but with that out of bounds road, Golf House Road, so close on the left, anything can happen. To 7.
Schwartzel for his par. Wow. What a run for Schwartzel. Now at +6. That is 6 over par in the last 5 holes. As we go to 9.
Good look at the whole location there at the 9th. Justin Rose at even on top by himself.
Just gotta make sure you hit it flush. Don't want to wipe it to the right.
Johnny, I don't think they can take it at this whole location. I don't believe there's enough room between the far edge of the bunker and the hole. If it does take that line, it will pitch over the back.
So what's the wind doing right now? Because there is wind.
Yes, the wind is kind of swirling, but for the most part, coming off the players right, helping.
So it's a good wind for the whole location, though, right?
Yes, if they get the ball turning a little bit right to left, they can land it, as you referenced earlier, about 20 feet right and have it release back to that hole. Try and get it somewhere around pin high and putt up to the hole.
Just only 1 birdie today. I guess that goes to your analysis of this hole. Note by John Senden. So it's more of a par hole today. Of all the holes we're playing 7 through 13, this is the one hole that you just want to make a par on. The rest of them you can concentrate on getting a birdie.
246 is the yardage. It is downhill. Justin's got a 6-iron.
By the way, the same club that David Graham hit on this hole, making par on his way to the championship in 1981.
Yeah, they were on the tee down below.
Yeah, where it played 195 back then.
Nice line headed up the center, but it is falling right.
In fact, Mike Davis, executive director of the USGA, had a new back tee created to mimic the clubs most players hit into that green in 1981. So Rose aboard safely, back to 7.
Mickelson ready with his second.
126 off a bit of a downhill lie. Downwind. Awkward hole location, I think, just on top of a ridge.
Takes a big hop forward, gets up on the upper shelf just behind the hole.
Happy birthday, my man.
Mickelson was off to a poor start yesterday, was +2 through the first 8 holes that he had played, and said, you know, he stayed patient. And he would need to do that again if he got off to a poor start today. Well, he's done that. He's gotten off to the poor start.
Well, he's got to know the 3 guys ahead of him never won a major, so.
That's exactly right. And the guy he's playing with hasn't either. So Mahan with his second.
Right in the hole a little bit.
Good distance control. Makeable putt from there. Left to right. Well, Hunter Mahan finds himself at +1. 1 shot off the lead, held by Justin Rose in search of his first major championship. Can he do it? Stay with us. At the 7th, Mickelson, lengthy putt for a birdie. Down the slope, it'll go left and then try to work back right. Over at the 10th.
Jason Day now with a very dangerous second shot. Mark?
Yeah, he hit a poor layup, Peter. If you're going to lay it up. But he kind of did a half a layup, ended up going to the fairway in the right rough.
He can't go with the flag, can he?
He is trying. That was really aggressive.
And it worked out nicely.
Well, this will give you an idea of how tough Merion has been today. As we take a look at the last 4 pairings, you've got scores ranging from +5, and again, they've got a lot of golf left. But then that's how big Justin Rose and Jason Day stand out at 1 under par. Hunter Mahan faring the next best at +1.
Steve Stricker's had a tough day with the OB and the shank and other bogeys.
And this guy, 3 under on the day with a triple bogey at the 15th. Jason Duffner coming home. One point earlier today, it looked like he might post a number that would have a chance. But aside from that triple, Jason Day has been absolutely brilliant today. And another good shot. Jason Duffner, I should say, has been absolutely flawless except for that triple at 15, Johnny.
And he's been rolling that rock. I tell you, he's making a lot of putts with that big putter.
Over at the 7th.
Mahan with a birdie putt from just some 15 feet, although it will shoot to his right.
What a green there.
To the 9th.
And Justin Rose, Nota.
I often found when my nerves started pumping, had a little bit of adrenaline, these uphill lag putts were very difficult to get to the hole. This is a very slow putt, not a lot of break to it.
Rose should stay at even par on top of the leaderboard here of the 113th U.S. Open Championship. And set up the shortest yardage of the week at 68.59.
As we watch Ernie Els attempt a birdie putt there at the 16th, that would have put him to +4.
That was an important putt.
It was indeed.
Now over at 10, Jason Day looking at a putt that would tie him at the top with Justin Rose at even par, Mark.
This one is definitely makeable, Peter. It's got a little bit of pace that it's going to carry, but not the most difficult putt on the green, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a tough read. I was out there earlier in the week looking at this specific hole location, and I think it's going to try to hold a little left, but fools the players thinking it might go right. Probably just dead straight.
Yeah, I would have read it to go just a little right. I would have said maybe inside left edge.
Jason Day, not unfamiliar in this position, finished second to Rory McIlroy in 2011. How about that? So that ties Jason Day at the top at even par. What a round for Jason. 2 under today.
How about that read and hit? That's sweet.
This kid's tough.
25 years old and got nerves of steel so far.
Forest par, Rose at 9. Holding steady at even par, so he's out in 1 under, the 3 birdies, 2 bogeys on the front, out in 35. And over at 18, hasn't been a birdie here the last 2 rounds. Jason Dufner.
It's a good looking putt, just a touch hard. That would have been quite a birdie.
A 3 under round with the triple.
And back at 10, Billy Horschel now. With that same putt, he just got the read from Jason Day. And those octopus pants, they're not working. They could be calamari soon.
That was good. They won't be used much more on a Sunday, I don't think.
Let's go up to 17.
It's a par 3, 229 yards. Ernie Els with a 4-iron.
Baby, come on.
And he likes it.
Let's just down the hill. Let's just stage right.
Beauty by Ernie.
Great amphitheater here. People love it. This funnel hole location, if you can get it in that area.
Earlier in the day, Sean Stefani took a little different route to that hole location, had the fortuitous bounce off the slope, and made history at Marion with a first ever ace in a U.S. Open.
Doesn't look like it's going in, does it, folks?
That's just the second ace in his life. We understand the first coming at the age of 13. And he said today after his round he's going to take that ball home, buy a plaque or a case or some sort of way to signify the big moment.
Well, it's not coming out. You got to pull it out with his hand.
Thick metal stick, thicker than a regular fiberglass edition. And then he went over and kissed the spot where he got the bounce.
That was a great moment, wasn't it?
33rd ace in the U.S. Open. First ever again in 5 U.S. Opens here at Marion. Over to 8 for Hunter Mahan from 140.
A birdie opportunity here for Hunter. If it's a good one, he might have pulled it. Yep, just pulled it. Came over the top a little bit.
Mahan is 1 back. Back to 10.
Justin Rose on the tee. You can see he's laying up the 10th, 290 yards, and very reachable, but there's a whole lot of problems down there if you don't hit the green. And there's a whole lot of problems if you don't hit the fairway, but that is perfect. Let's go back to 8.
Mickelson, the opportunity here for 126.
Get up.
Wants it to get back there.
Just not hitting the quality shots he needs to turn this thing around.
Coming in, he had his instructor Butch Harmon saying he was hitting the irons the best he ever has in his entire career. This is while we were away. Hunter Mahan's birdie attempt at 8, one back of the co-leaders Day and Rose.
Should start moving right about now.
Almost low bogey at the 6th for Hunter. Should stay at +1, and now Mickelson. Roger.
Well, Hunter's putt have to give Phil a pretty good clue. It's going to go to the right. Hunter certainly overread it. And I think Phil picked up on that.
Come on! That's good. Ooh, just like everything else today. Right over the edge. Roger's got to be starting to get a little old to him. All the ones that look like they had a shot and they haven't gone.
Over at 11.
Yeah, Jason Day has missed the fairway here at the short par 4. Decision time here, Mark.
Yeah, this is the
All right, play a 35 shot right there.
moment of the day, so to speak, for Jason.
Longest
It's a
point in line
pretty
with
good
the
lie
Yep.
in the rough, but a perilous shot. Potential trouble everywhere here. Absolutely have to get it over the creek, obviously.
Got to be thinking, what, 30 feet by the hole?
Well, exactly, yeah. Try to play it to the center of the green somehow. Hole location right on that front right by the creek.
Go.
Yelling for it to go. Cost of rough here on this hole during the week has been almost a full shot.
Ouch.
That is a huge mistake. Getting from above, you could just tell by the sound, couldn't you, Johnny? You just had that even close.
This grass is tougher than it looks, isn't it, the rough?
It's very sticky, very thick. And Jason Day, one of the stronger players on the PGA Tour, but not strong enough there.
Well, this was just a moment ago back at 10, Gary. If Luke Donald wants to stay a part of this chase, he needs to get something going right now. And he throws it, pulls it back beautifully to about 2 feet. So he's just 7 back. If he knocks that in, he's just 6 back.
Yeah, the last 11 holes, he's been +9, Peter. Should make that one, though.
And now Justin Rose with his second. Try to duplicate what Luke did. Couldn't pull the string quite as much as Luke, but still got a good look at birdie.
I did kind of turn it down.
Back to 8.
A little left for Mickelson's par. He stays at +2. And he's got the real tough hole in this easier stretch coming up at 9. Over at 17, Ernie Els for birdie in this tap in to get to +4. And if he can somehow muster a rare birdie at 18 and post +3 and wait, who knows? Back at 11.
Day now playing his 4th from the drop zone. Awkward shot here, just 77 yards. That was chunky.
I was thinking that drop zone looked like a pretty tight lie. Is that it by the line?
I think it's just out of the hazard, yeah. Back at 10.
Boy, it's amazing what happens at the U.S. Open on Sunday, doesn't it? So you can see Jason Day there at even, but he's obviously going to be going over par with what he's doing back up at 11.
Peter, this hole is on pace to be the 4th easiest par 4 in a U.S. Open since 1986. Being such a short hole, it's not a gimme, but definitely a birdie hole. So you want to go by here without a birdie if you can help it.
And note this putt should slip to the right.
Ever so slightly. And it does present downhill, but I don't think it's as fast as it looks.
So an easy par for Justin Rose here at 10. Back to 9.
And this is a tough test. Long par 3 down the hill for Mickelson, Roger.
5-iron he's got out here. And again, there is just not much to aim at as far as going at the flagstick on that left-hand side of the green. You got to keep it right of the hole. some 20 feet or so, don't you, John?
You do. This is a par hole. This is not a birdie hole.
That said, this is at the hole.
Come back.
It might.
Or is it going to stick out there?
Just stays up there on the hill.
Just missed the little fallback. What a shot.
That's more like what we've been seeing from Mickelson all week long, just striping it. Back at 11.
Day with his 5th shot now. Very delicate. These are the kind of things that happen sometimes when you win.
Clutch.
Unbelievable. It looked like he could make a 6 or a 7 very easily. Only drops 1.
Very nice.
Adds his own bit of history to that 11th hole, huh? Where Bobby Jones completed the Grand Slam back in 1930. And now Mahan off the tee here at 9.
And Hunter has selected 4 iron. Wind, which blew pretty good for a while earlier in the day, has really kind of subsided at the moment. That sounded kind of clunky, and it's at the right side of the green.
Not too bad, then.
And while we have a moment, let's send it down to Steve Sands.
Dan, thank you. Jason, you were 5 under par through 14 holes, standing on the 15th tee. Did you know where you stood at that point on the leaderboard, and what was your thought process as you pulled that club?
Yeah, you know, I knew where I was at. I knew that I needed to kind of push it maybe a little bit, try to get a couple more. I think at the time I was at 3. You know, I've been driving it really well, and, you know, it's a tough driving hole, and just overcooked it a touch with that wind pushing right.
How difficult is the finish here at Merion?
Yeah, you know, those last 5 holes can be quite problematic. You know, that's one, if you get a ball in the fairway, you can maybe have a scoring club and push it a little bit. With the hole location, that's what I was trying to do, and it just didn't work out.
Appreciate the time. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
Let's go out to 11.
Duffner, a big fan of these classic courses, a big fan of Ben Hogan. He had it going today before that miscue at 15. And Horschel,
man, had about a 20-footer for birdie, gunned it by. That's going to drop him to +5. So we get 18.
And Ernie Els coming in here to this historic finishing hole, 240, 511-yard par 4.
Could he possibly finish 2-3? Sounded good. Just a little short.
Els got up to a crazy start. Johnny birdied the first 2 holes, then bogeyed the 3rd, doubled the 5th to fall to +7. He was 8 shots back after the 6th hole, and then he birdied 7, all pars until 15. Birdied that. We saw the beautiful birdie 2 at 17 to get to where he is now, +4. And now he's going to try to stay there. As you take a look at his card, it kind of emulates all the rest of the craziness that we've seen here at Merion today.
The leaders would like to have his finish the last 5 holes, wouldn't they? Not sure what he's going to do at 18, but it's not going to be that bad.
Back at 11 with a leader.
Playing an iron, just trying to get the ball in the fairway. Another blind shot. Players play over the hill, can't see the landing area.
That is one smooth golf swing.
Yeah, it really is. Well, it's the historic 11th here. It's where Bobby Jones ended his bid for the Grand Slam with a victory in the U.S. Amateur. It's a short par 4. Fairway has been moved over to the left, closer to Cobbs Creek. And it's really players who have hit in the right rough that have struggled here today, especially with this hole location right on the very front right portion of the green. Creek is certainly in play. Short par 4, but not an easy one today. Over 12.
Check in with the amateur again. This just moments ago. His second. He is at +8. Coming off bogey. And trying to get a little back here at the 12th. And a substantial lead now in the bogeys for low amateur. Michael Kim. The other 3 that made the cut here already in. And back down to the 9th for Hunter Mahan. Roger.
And this putt will move from his right to left, and it is uphill all the way. The green cants from left to right, and also some from back to front.
Almost the higher you hit it, the more it breaks on.
Yeah, there's more slope in the back part of the green. You're right. So you could pick a lot of lines to get the job done here.
I think I've seen more putts left short this U.S. Open than almost any U.S. Open. And I think it's that grain that Mike Davis talked about. Is these greens have some grain in them, and those uphill putts are usually into the grain.
Talk about craziness. Mickelson started off with a couple of pars, and then the double at the 3rd, birdied the par 5 4th, and then the double at the 5th. If you take a look at his U.S. Open scoring average entering this week, okay in the first 3 rounds, and it worsens as the championship goes on. Broke par in the final round once, 68 back at Torrey Pines in 2008. And that's when he was out of contention. And again, closing the deal in U.S. Opens on a Sunday when it's all on the line has been the problem for Mickelson.
A lot of problems will start going away if this goes in, Roger.
It would help a lot.
Just will not go in today. Just over the edge, over the edge, over the edge. Probably 5-6 times today.
This one catches the edge. Everyone knows about the travails of Mickelson in this championship, and they are out pulling for him big time. And there is the leader at 11.
Getting ready with his second shot is Justin Rose.
Gary, he's got 109 yards. He did put an extra wedge in the bag this week. Has a total of 4 wedges, so you won't catch him in between yardages. He won't make a full swing at this.
Spin.
Just slightly less
Spin.
to spin back.
It's okay. Safe, but leaves a very quick putt down the hill.
Going to get a free read, though.
To go to 9.
Mahan to complete the front 9+1. One of the steadiest cards of the day among the contenders. All pars, the lone bogey at 6. And he remains just 1 back. Tied with Day for second. Up at 18, as Ernie Els left his approach short.
Got to go through a couple waves, doesn't he? Now he's down in 1, back up. Now it goes away from him. Will hit the pin. Look at this, how it runs away from him. Not a good leave short of the green today.
Birdie search continues at 18. Justin Rose clinging to a 1-shot lead, and this was while we were in the update there. Billy Horschel coming up the hill at the par 4 12th.
Side hill lie, got sideboards left. And she's spin right now. Start to move right down the hill. That's a very fine shot.
Horschel has had a horrific front nine. And through 11 +4 as he tries to battle his way back. Ernie Els for par.
Slow putt. Gives a good route. Good performance for Ernie.
Over at 11.
Yeah, Don, I said that Justin Rose was going to have a speedy putt down the hill. He didn't learn much from Luke Donald. He powered it about 6 or 7 feet by. Just now for par. Back up the hill, he leaves it short. 3-putt bogey. +1s are tied at the top. Rose at +1 is on the tee at the 10th.
An aggressive play by Hunter Mahan here at the 10th, 290 yards. Phil has already laid up, so here we go. Good angle to that hole location to 12.
Horschel is already tapped in. Now Day for birdie in the outright lead, Martin.
Pretty good break to the right here.
A lot left to stay tied for that lead. Mahan and Rose.
It's hard to believe everybody is over par and they haven't even got to the 14th through 18th. So who knows what might win this championship this year.
You need obviously a lot of skill. You also need luck. Anybody that's won a major will tell you that. Couldn't help but when we saw Jason Day chip in for the bogey at 11, a little bit reminiscent of fellow Aussie Jeff Ogilvy when he won the Open at Wingfoot, and that chip in for par at 17. Those are the kinds of things you often need so much to put these majors away. Par 3 13th, Fowler at +5. Again, just a 121-yard hole.
Got that hole location way right. That's a good one, Ricky.
You're going to see the first one.
That looks so in, I can't tell you. What a shot.
This little par 3 still hasn't given up an ace in a U.S. Open.
You know, it's impossible how many times the ball has gone by that hole on this in this Open and it hasn't gone in.
Par attempt for Day at 12.
Good putt. That's a pressure putt.
It stays at +1. He'll go across the road to 13. And here's Phil Mickelson. Johnny beginning the day the leader by 1 and 1 under. He's back to +2. A little rocky stretch there at 3 and 5, especially with the doubles. But what about his prospects on the back here?
I mean, he's got to be thinking, I have had everything go wrong. I haven't had one thing go in the hole. They've all gone over the edge, and I'm one back. It's like, you know, this is about ready for something good to happen.
Ray Mickelson described this day after yesterday. He said it has the makings of something special. Over at the 12th off the tee is Rose.
And he does have enough length to reach those bunkers on the left. And he has tugged on this. It's down the left side, trying to work its way back.
It's okay.
He's got a big bank turn this hole like Talladega.
Up to 13. Michael Kim for birdie earlier. This kid is having a dreamlike week.
He's got one of the prettiest putting strokes I've ever seen. The way he hits through it, it's real unusual how he hits through it.
The +7 for the championship. Mickelson at 10.
Playing very quickly, Roger.
76 yards. Left to right on very, very coarse. That's nice.
Birthday present.
Well, John, you were talking about the fact that nothing's gone right and nothing's gone in. How about that shot? In just the right time.
Wow. Well, if he's going to win a U.S. Open, he might as well do it in typical Mickelson-like fashion.
That's just something else.
He's got 2 doubles on his card and now an eagle.
Put a wedge in his hand, as we said earlier, it's magic. And he's got 5 of them in the bag this week, so he can choose from quite a few of them. Let's take another look from above. I was actually thinking that he was going to have to play a little right of this flag, but he went right at it. Look at that.
do believe that fate is on his side finally.
He talked about having fun today. He hasn't had any fun to this point, but
now he's back to business.
Yeah, you can bet. That puts a charge up your body like nothing else, Johnny. In the lead at the U.S. Open, up at 13 for birdie is Fowler. And Fowler gets it to +4, and he's got that difficult final 5 to go to see if he can keep in the mix as well. Back to 10.
Roger, let's see how Hunter responds.
Fat.
Yeah, he hit the same shot yesterday, although he made the putt, trying to just throw it back with some spin. He caught it just a little chunky.
Here at 13, Billy Horschel has already missed the green in the bunker, so Jason Day taking aim with a gap wedge.
Just swinging from his heels on that wedge. He had to hear that. I mean, you could hear that probably a mile away. Phil Mickelson hole out. Not the worst shot in the world for Day.
One more look at the hole out at the 10th.
Watch how hard he swings.
In the hole. And that was an aggressive line. Unlikely so.
I think that's that 64-degree wedge he put in the bag.
Yeah, it's got to be.
How many guys could play that shot from there?
Well, he said earlier in the week, and he said it last night, he's hitting the ball as well as he's ever hit it in his career.
And they just posted the score.
People are thinking, wait a minute, number 10, he made a 2? You got to know that his heart is pumping right now.
Oh, it's a different game right now. He is energized now. Totally different vibe.
Now, Hunter for birdie. Roger, I just, you wonder the give and take of match play and medal play, how it affects your playing competitors. I wonder what this is going to do to Hunter.
It's almost as much of a shock to your playing competitors as it is to you when you watch something like that happen and listen to the crowd react.
Over to 13.
And this for birdie to tie Mickelson at even.
Not only did he hear that roar from Mickelson's eagle, but it absolutely stopped him in his tracks. He had to back off the tee shot. Right-hand break in this one.
Jason Day.
It wiggled left on him. It was in, and it just wiggled for no reason left.
Thought he had that.
He's like thinking it's in.
Remember, he was on the precipice of a disaster at 11 before he chipped in for that bogey. He'll stay at +1. Over to 12. Second for Rose.
Good chance for birdie here with those sideboards. Just going to get it up to the hole. That's going to be close. Real close.
Yep. That's going to be a typical for Justin Rose. What? Last 15 minutes we've seen at this U.S. Open. As they battle Marion to the top stretch, they're now at the stretch where you can fight back, and boy, has Phil Mickelson done that. Little reminiscent of when he won his first major at the Masters in 2004. Not a very big vertical jump, but he is excited. Back at the U.S. Open, home of the wicker baskets, where the energy has been cranked up here. Phil Mickelson leads the U.S. Open. A record 5 times a runner-up. But at 12 to tie him is Rose. And now it's Mickelson and Rose atop the board at even. And Justin will have another good chance, you would think, across the road at the 13th, which has been giving up birdies all week. Back to 11.
Mickelson on the tee. To find the fairway.
See
left. And okay. Just about 2 yards inside the rough.
Well, Phil Mickelson, before that pull out for eagle at the 10th. At the first, he had been living around the edges. That barely misses. Another birdie attempt at the second, so 2 edges there in the first 2 holes. This is a bogey attempt at the 5th, just off the left side. Birdie try at the 6th, just off. And then this was a birdie try at the 9th, which also caught an edge. So sometimes when you have so many close calls, Merion decides it's going to get hard back. But this was just another example of what we've seen through the years. An incredible touch by Mickelson. Hole out, eagle 2 at the 10th. And Mickelson is at even par and on the back nine in a U.S. Open tied with Justin Rose. After so much heartbreak in this championship, Johnny, he is right there again on his 43rd birthday on Father's Day.
Well, as you always say, what will Phil do now? You know, I mean, it's really, really exciting for him. 5 runner-up finishes in the Open, and for him to get one on his birthday at this stage in his career would be amazing. Of course, Justin Rose probably needs a major a lot more than Phil does. Never won one, and he's an awfully good-looking player. So there's some guys. Hunter Mahan, another guy, needs a major championship along with Jason Day. So. You know, this means a lot to these guys, change their life. And I'm probably going to change Phil's life, except for feel a little better about himself maybe in his record. But this is really going to be fun the next bit.
Yeah, they're over at the 11th.
And Mahan ready to play his second shot.
124, the lie is good. Playing slightly downwind.
Yeah, it's the firmest green on the golf course, according to Matt Schaefer. When Cobbs Creek overflows, it puts silt up onto the green, and that has built up through the years. So it is a firm green.
There's 2 a good lie, 112. That's a little left to the hole and deep.
Gets it to spin back. So the distance okay, but very quick from that side of the green. Ahead of 13.
And Justin Rose, Noda, you're right there.
Right here, he's got his 52-degree wedge. Sets up really nice. Has to land it just past the flag and use that backboard.
King of the North!
And he's come over this and pulled it right to the middle of the green.
Seemed to be bothered by someone in the gallery there. Yeah, irritated. But tied for the lead in the U.S. Open. Mahan, Day, 1 back.
We're back at 11. Mahan, but for birdie 3. It's a speedy one, should move left. Well judged for speed, yeah. He says, wow, hard to believe it's that fast. As we go to 14.
We're at the real meat of the course again. Jason Day in the rough at the par 4 14th.
Hit it way right, so far right, he was right of the fescue. I can't imagine him even thinking about getting on from there. Leaves himself a decent little pitch shot, maybe a saving up and in.
There's some Phil fans. Happy birthday, and the rain is coming down here at the 11th.
It's a putt here to take the outright lead, get back to 1 under par.
I don't see much in it, but I think it's got to go a little to the right.
Very quick. You can see Phil racing over there to watch the line.
Sometimes it's hard to settle down after you're holing out, Gary.
Not just a sign over there, Gary. They got a cake. all they need is 43 candles.
One of the many houses that surround Marion. And this was the hole that Justin Rose just earlier raced it well by the hole, although not as far by as this, or farther by than this, and managed to miss it. Coming back up the hill.
Oh, short, yeah.
Okay. This remains at even par. He is tied for the lead. And we go to 13.
And Rose's birdie attempt. Justin Rose.
Great read and a real bold stroke.
Solid rain coming down now as Justin heads to that tough part of the course, and up ahead of him is Dave with his third of this par 4.
Yeah, a little pitch, really. Just landed just on. Landed a little shorter than he should have. An uphill putt. Should be able to make that with a good stroke.
Day 2 back will have that par putt to try to stay there.
The bad news for Justin Rose, folks, if you're a Phil Mickelson fan, Justin Rose has played 14 through 18 plus 6, and Mickelson's played him -1. That's.
And there's a look from above at 14, Johnny. That out of bounds, tight there on the left, Golf House Road.
He hasn't made one birdie the whole tournament from championship from 14 to 18. This is one of the hardest tee shots on the golf course. The next 2 holes, the tee shot is brutally tough. Next hole's even tighter with the OB 15, but this one, you got fescue left, fescue right, heavy rough just off the fairway left, and a big bunker on the right side. So almost this whole hole is the tee shot.
452 yards alongside that putting green by the clubhouse.
And back into the wind, it makes it even tougher.
Well, he hits a good swing on this one. This is right down the middle.
That is really important right there.
Up ahead on the green, Day to remain at +1. Mark.
Not a whole lot of break to this one, but needs to hit it firm up the hill. You have to wonder with the rain, which is coming pretty much straight down because there's not much wind at all right now. The greens will slow up just a little bit.
There's the board right behind Day. Just about like that. Third bogey drops him to +2, 3 back. But again, you got to keep your wits about you because the guys behind him all have to come through this tough stretch. It's been called the most difficult 5-hole finish in a U.S. Open, maybe in major championship history. It is tough. Justin Rose leads with his latest birdie. Here's what Johnny was alluding to earlier in this tough stretch of the golf course where Justin Rose has played 14 through 18 +6. Mickelson, the best of the top 4 on the leaderboard right now. Phil getting ready to get there. He's out at the 12th.
And 149 left up the hill, and we are feeling some wind here. Trees are moving and starting to pick up as the rain begins to become steady.
Left to right wind.
Well, the good news for you Phil fans out there, he's got 2 good birdie chances now on 12 and 13.
He's trying to shape it in left to right. Left to the hole.
Shots up off the car, goes back down toward the hole. just didn't get it close enough over there to really drift down there close like we've seen in previous groups.
And he pushed it just a little bit.
There's the wicker basket at 14. And the wind, as this front goes through here, is starting to be a factor along with the rain.
He's going to play long uphill into the wind.
And while he looks that over, we head back to 12 for Hunter Mahan, who is just 2 back in solo third.
And Hunter has 144. Now, if that wind coming from the left, that's really kind of a friendly wind for this shot, Johnny.
Yeah, it is. It will come down and drop right and then spin right down the hill if he hits it correctly. He's got to land it hole high, though, or just barely short of hole high. Maybe 15 feet left of the hole.
Pretty good USGA resume, excuse me, Roger, for Mahan, runner-up at the U.S. Amateur back in 2002. He won the Junior Amateur in '99, looking for the big one here today at 14. Rose now getting ready.
See those flags way up at the grandstands noted, I guess, left to right and into.
Yes, it's definitely coming in, and the rain is starting to come down a little bit heavier. He's got 207 with the uphill and the wind, Johnny, plus the rain. It's probably playing right around 225 yards. Can only see the very top of that wicker.
Never get it to the green. Just gotta flush it. Was he late?
Yep, he was late to the party, and it's way right.
Yeah, you could see it coming down. He was late, but that sand is really nice when it gets a little wet. You can really spin it. So, not impossible. Yeah, when he comes down, he makes the 1-2 move and then doesn't square it up in time. It's just wide open when he hits it. Now he squares it up. Yeah. So could be a little bit of nerves. I'm sure after he made that putt, he got a shot of adrenaline.
Back to 12. This was Hunter's second from 144.
Might be good. He seems to like it.
Coming back off toward the edge for Mahan. And up to the 15th, Jake.
And you can see how much rain is coming down. That's Colin Swatton, Jason Day's caddy. They're huddled under that umbrella, Mark.
But at first it was just a nuisance, Peter. But it's quite a bit more than that right now.
Let's take a look at the Weather Channel radar going through the Philadelphia area right now. We're right about there where Johnny is circled. So right kind of in the middle of it right now.
On this 15th hole today, Dan, this dogleg right par 4 uphill, we've already seen quite a few over par holes or over par scores. 17 bogeys, 4 doubles. We've seen a quadruple bogey 8 from Marcel Siem and Paul Casey, Jason Dufner with triple, but Jason Day's done the best he could right here. He hit in the fairway. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, job one is done, Peter. So he's got 175 to the hole now. A little bit of a hanging lie, ball below his feet. But it's uphill with the wind, with the rain. I would think it's playing closer to 190.
It's raining hard, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got to play this left to the hole. That is
He's over there?
A location you just cannot go at.
Yeah, he's gone from the U.S. Open to the British Open.
That's an excellent shot.
I was downhill, but it's
back to 12.
And Hunter Mahan taking a long look at this birdie up the hill, Roger.
This rainfall has become substantial and steady. It's going to have to have slowed up this putt. This is up a pretty steep slope here, and it's got to turn to his right.
Hard to make yourself hit it that hard uphill into the grain, wet green. Not a bad leave, though. If you're going to leave it that far, that's the spot to be.
Phil and Bones taking a look at this.
Does the rain just let up a little, or is that my imagination?
Your imagination. Trust me on that one.
Well, Phil Mickelson, even despite the conditions now, has loved this course from the moment he saw it. In fact, he told Mike Davis of the USGA that it is the best U.S. Open setup he's ever seen coming in here. And so now for birdie to tie Rose.
Downhill, going to the right.
So Mickelson will tap in, settle for par, remain even, one back. He's going to mark. Get over to Rose at 14 from the bunker.
He's got a very clean lie, and Justin over the past few years is actually one of the best bunker players on the PGA Tour. And as we were walking up to the green, he looked over at me and kind of smiled and was wondering, wow, if it wasn't hard enough, now we have to deal with the rain.
It's kind of the toughest part of the golf course.
That might have been a little bit of a puzzle action there.
That squirted right, didn't it?
That was definitely a bit of a shank. He's looking at his club like, hey, why'd you do that? Where his what swing path is. Watch his swing path is over to the left, and you see how the ball just starts 15-20 feet right of the swing path. There you go. Well,
Rose is in danger of giving it back.
You see it all at the U.S. Open. Hole-in-ones, couple shanks.
We've seen everything today. We've seen
hole outs from the fairway by Mickelson.
Little left for par at 12 from Mahan. This was just earlier.
You're still the man.
Mahan drops it and safely remains at +1. At the moment, two back, but Rose has a lengthy par left at 14. As Mickelson has arrived across Ardmore to the little par 3 near the clubhouse.
He birdied this hole on Thursday, and then he one-hopped it over the green buried lie on Friday and made bogey, and then parred it yesterday from the left rough. So he hasn't.
What is the lightning forecast? Is there much in the area?
I'll let him talk there first.
Phil asking about the lightning in the forecast.
Yeah, Phil and Tiger like to study the weather. Like to know everything that's going on.
Okay, we got left to right and hurt, you think?
Well, at the moment we've got some hurt. We're just gonna have to, sit here and talk about what we think is playing.
Well, I don't mind.
Our ball's not going to get up there into that.
No, it's
22. I'd say.
Look at the wicker basket for any help. So he is looking at the American flag, which is top of the camera position that we have here above the 13th.
And that's a real true wind direction up there. It's not swirling.
I think it's playing 27, Phil.
Okay.
You know, with that shot being flighted down, I think that's how it's going to play.
It's definitely hurting.
Flag, please.
They said playing 27. That would be 6 more than the 121 yardage.
That's about right. It's a northwest wind.
Well, I think, again, this is a wind that helps this shot, don't you, John? Yeah, again, for more spin and wind coming from left to right as well?
Yes, it does, as long as he doesn't override it. That's what I was afraid of. He played the draw and rode the wind, and that is going to take a 64-degree genius to make it up and in.
And Rose over at 14 for par.
John, I gotta think that jacket was bothering him a little bit. He pulled it off. He's got an extremely fast putt.
Get in the hole!
do it again? That's a very fine putt. But a bogey here is not going to knock you out of it.
It's back to even. And back to 13 for Hunter. Easiest par 3 in an Open since the last Open here
Quiet down,
in
please.
1981.
Be quiet back here. Thank you.
Hole played to an average of 2.83, 118 birdies given up. Rose did tap in for his bogey to drop back to even in a tie with Mickelson, who's got problems here.
I'm not sure Mickelson's shot didn't give him a lot of question marks. And that's a good shot. Gives himself an uphill putt.
It's not the kind of way you want to go into the feet of the course 14 through 18 and lose one at 13. We'll see.
Yeah, Phil can do magic there.
Up at 15.
Jason Day now for a rare birdie 3. This looks awfully good. Billy Horschel, they're trying to urge that putt in. Oh, he thought he had that. So should be a tap in par. And boy, these last 4 holes are living up to the reputation, aren't they?
Yeah, last 5.
Can hear USA chants. As Mickelson is tied atop the leaderboard with England's Justin Rose.
Well, the good news is it's lightened up just a bit outside, so hopefully we won't have any delays or anything. Won't be because of water, I don't think.
Roger, you had a chance to scout out the lie.
Well, I got pretty close to it and couldn't see it. So it can't be too good. It's pretty heavy back there.
The advantage he's got is that 64-degree around Roger and his hands.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to throw this thing straight up in the air because it is going to come in on a downslope. So the only way he's going to be able to try to stop it is with trajectory. Now, there is a slope that comes into the green from the front that's going to help contain the ball. So, I mean, I think he can get this ball within 8-10 feet without a whole lot of difficulty if he hits a decent shot. But getting it closer now, it's going to be very tough.
You got to be careful not to dump it short of the green and go under it or something. That's some fresh grass.
Put your phone away. Put your phone away.
Bad club selection.
Well, we know what happened at the 10th out of the rough, that this is a thicker lie.
It's going to come back. Somehow.
That's too bad that the way they factored the distance off the tee obviously was wrong.
To 15.
Remember, you've got Golf House Road very tight on the left there. You've already seen 4 balls out of bounds today left. Most notably, Jason Duffner came here just 3 over for the championship. We were speculating about how if he could just post, and he whipped it out of bounds.
How do you like this iron? That's a good play?
I think it's a good play, yeah. The tee is back just a little bit today, which I think takes the driver completely out of your hands. You see those 3 fairway bunkers down the right. You just want to put this in the fat of the fairway. And the fairway is only about 25 yards wide, so it's a skinny fat.
They're going right again?
It's pretty good.
He likes this one.
Now that's laid way back.
As Phil gets ready for his par attempt, another look at this thick, now wet rough.
It just jumped, like Roger said. It didn't come out sort of like a sand shot. It came out like it was clean lie. This would be a really disappointing 4, Roger, if he didn't make it.
Missed the screen with the wedge. That's Certainly uncharacteristic for Phil.
Slow putt.
And Mickelson, one of the few to bogey 13. There's been a lot of birdies in this hole today. And Mickelson will head to the top 5 at +1.
That right there was, you're thinking birdie on that hole and you make 4. That's at least a 1.5 or 1-shot swing.
Even though, as we pointed out earlier, he's had pretty good success on the tough final 5. Not the way you want to go in there now. Mahan to try to get to even.
Very similar putt to that of Phil's.
For second. Crowd cheering Phil on as he has in sights his first U.S. Open championship. Now the really tough part. Four players packed in there within 2 shots of the lead, and all in the tough throes of the quarry area of the golf course, and Hunter Mahan with a good drive at 14.
That is clutch. And Phil's going to have to hit a good one here if this is the hole that's got all kinds of trouble off the tee. I don't think the out of bounds really in play, but the fescue left and right and the bunker on the right are definitely in play. And it's back uphill into the wind. The wind has sort of died right now, though. That's good news. Flag at 18. You can see the flag right here is not doing anything.
That flagpole, by the way, is the area where they used to hit drives on this old 14th back in the day. Roger?
Wind is pretty much dropped right now. As non-stop. It's just barely a drizzle now. It's going down the left side. This is going to find the rough in the left, I believe.
Yep. That's heavy rough right there. That is not long. It's been mowed last night, but it is thick.
Up a hole to 15.
Justin Rose now preparing for his second shot. Nota.
Peter, I like this play. He took a 3-iron off the tee, a little bit far back. He's got 179 left, about playing a half a club uphill, but he's a very good long and mid-iron player, so he's playing right into his strengths. Should be looking about 15 feet left of this wicker.
Yep, right at the camera tower that you see behind the green.
Pretty good. That's exactly the line it's on right now.
It's going to trickle back a little bit, but that is a speedy putt, although with all this rain, it's going to slow the green down, make it fairly easy, and I think makeable. To 16.
Jason Day has hooked his tee shot wildly to the left over where the gallery is.
Attaboy!
Jason! Trying to hit a massive hook. Going to be able to accomplish it.
It's going all over the course, Gary.
Yeah, this is the green way to the right. Over at 14.
This was just earlier, and what a comeback Steve Stricker has made since hitting it out of bounds at the par 5 second. He made a triple there. He's played +1 bet since. He's coming off a birdie at 13, and then this approach here at 14. So an incredible comeback. Remember, Stricker began the day just 1 off of Mickelson's lead, and again, this was the tee shot that began a really very uncharacteristic streak of play here for Stricker, Johnny.
Absolutely. It's an OB here and then shanks it out of bounds on the next one. 2 OBs on 1 hole. Let's take a look at his second shot. Well, it'd be his 3rd shot. 4th shot, I mean. And just a flat shank. Just, U.S. Open nerves, I guess. I don't know what else you would call it. And somehow he makes birdie with the next ball. Luckily, to make triple.
That approach, by the way, was the third for Stricker, so this is his par attempt to stay at +4 for the championship. +4 for the day, just touching it. It's going to be his first bogey since the 5th.
He needed that one. He cannot go for any chance more than 4 overs, asking for a lot.
And so the dream of finally breaking through for that first major in his 59th major start beginning to diminish for Stricker. Most PGA Tour wins without a major, 12, and it appears that that search will continue. At 17, this was Ricky Fowler with a 4-iron. Watch where this one goes. Oh no. Into the stands. Back at 14 for Mickelson in the rough. Roger.
Well, the ball has sat down in this left rough for Phil. He has 190 yards left to the hole. But it's the kind of lie, John, the green is kind of going toward the green. Even though it's sitting down a little bit deep, I still think he has the chance to get the ball to scoot and maybe chase this ball.
Well, it doesn't help that you got that fresh amount of rain on that grass, and this grass is, I don't know what they fertilize it with, but it might have something to do with, I don't even know. All I know is it really is darn. I won't say what I was thinking, but it is tough.
A little room in front of the green, maybe to do a little scooter. And he's got a fairway metal out here, right?
Play, please, thanks.
And I believe the shot he's going to try to play, as I said, is that low scooter, if he can catch it just right. It's kind of scooting right.
You don't want to go from trouble to more trouble. That's one of the first things my dad taught me. You get in trouble, get out of trouble.
And he's down.
Yeah.
Deep, it appears, again.
And that looks like it's dead into the green now. Watch this. He comes down, and like the last hole, the toe really shuts down. Look at the explosion of water. And it squirts to the right.
Now Mahan.
And he has 183. Perfectly positioned tee shot here.
Just one out of the lead. He's right in it for his first major title.
No. Stick left something.
That's in the bunker, but that's what happens. Guys get under pressure and they come down with the face, course, open halfway down, and instead of squaring it up, they just lock up and leave the face open.
Let's go up to the quarry hole, 16.
And Jason Day playing his third. And Dan, I can't help but think back to Congressional when he finished second. Remember how many times he got it up and down in those final holes?
One of the great scrambling performances we've ever seen, Gary.
Yeah, well, this is pretty darn good, so he's going to give himself a chance to save par.
He went 40+ holes down the stretch at Congressional without a bogey. And I guess when you talk about how some players are wired for U.S. Opens, Johnny, Jason Day is one of them. And we're going to see if Justin Rose has what it takes to try and finish this off.
And Justin's got a very makeable putt here at 15, Noda.
He has played this hole very, very well. Executed the last 2 shots almost perfectly from a strategical standpoint. And Peter, you referenced earlier that this is just a very, very fast putt with a lot of left to right break in it.
Yeah, similar putt on 12, on 13.
To 16.
Jason Day for his par to remain at +2. Great up and down recovery from the poor tee shot. A little shrug, and he knows he got away with one there. And of course, there's no crowd around at 16, as the gallery not allowed to get into that area.
A little sun on the occasion now over at the 14th, where Mickelson is dealing with more rough, Roger.
Yeah, and Johnny was right. The nasty little lie sitting in deep with the grain of the grass against him, hanging right over the front of the ball, John. So this is one of those kind of chop it and hopes.
Yeah, to get the right distance, you got to be awfully good and a little bit of luck. If you can chunk it short or jump it long like you did in the last hole. Goes into the green wise. It's amazing how consistently guys leave it 12 to 15 feet short when you're into the green.
You'll have that for par. We go to 15.
Justin Rose said earlier in the week, you've got to churn out par after par after par, and there's another one. So Justin Rose stays one clear.
He was reaching for that pretty early.
He took a quick step, didn't he? To 14.
Where Hunter Mahan ended up with a good break in the bunker, Roger.
Good guy here in the bunker. A good damp that can really help you spin it, John.
Yes.
Spin. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's that hill. Still not a good shot, but getting better.
It turned out a lot better than it probably should have, but he knew that bank was there. He wasn't trying to do that, but
that was not by design. It worked out. Again, a little luck, a little good fortune to put one of these away. And up at 17, Fowler. This is a par attempt. Remember, he went into the stands from the tee. Fowler is going to lose one here to fall to +6. As he hit the tough final 5 here, he had a chance, but he just hasn't been able to handle it. And now Mickelson for par.
Are you right somewhere where you can get a good eye on this, Roger?
Yeah, I'm in front of the green on the right-hand side, Johnny, and I just don't see a whole lot of break in this putt. I think it may try to wiggle just a little left.
Taking a lot of time. Maybe he's got it all charted. He knows this putt. Looks like he's playing it to fade.
Is to avoid back-to-back bogeys.
Get in the hole!
Mickelson buries a clutch par save.
That was big.
And Mickelson Nation here left on Marion.
That was a wonderful read. Played it about maybe a ball or two outside right and knocked it right in there.
If he were to win today, it would set the record for the most appearances before winning. Raymond Floyd didn't win until his 22nd start. This is Phil's 23rd U.S. Open Championship overall. And still looking for the victory. That was huge. And up at 17, this is big. What a final 2 holes here. Mark Rolfing is on the scene here. The huge grandstands in the background as Jason Day aims down the hill, 2 back with a 4-iron.
$229 downhill a little bit.
Toward the left-hand side of the green. Oh, just didn't carry it nearly far enough.
No! And that's got a couple waves he's got to negotiate. It goes up one, then it goes sort of down, then up another one, and then down again. It's sort of a fun putt if you were just playing by yourself.
Basically 4 in it for the U.S. Open here. Rose, Mickelson, Mahan, and Day.
Survives. 2 unlikely pars there, but that's clutch.
All pars. 13 pars, the 1 bogey at the 6th. Tee at 16.
Justin Rose, conservative with the iron. Line tee shot, big downhill, can't see the landing area. He's got the first part of the equation done nicely. That's the left center of the fairway.
Isn't this the swing that Tiger Woods sort of coveted, and that's why he decided to make the change in teachers?
I think it was a combination. Johnny, and talking to Sean Foley, it was Tiger admiring both Hunter Mahan and Justin Rose and how they struck the ball. And of course, it's Rose and Mahan that are both right up there right now.
Back here at the tee on 15 now. These wooden posts are normally about 3 feet tall left of the 15th fairway, right next to Golf House Road there. And look how close it is to the fairway. The inside edge of those wooden posts is out of bounds. So if you think the fairway is close to the road, it's even closer to that out of bounds there. So Roger Hunter Mahan with the honor.
And less than driver, which I like and have said throughout the week. I really have not understood the play challenge the bunkers on the right. Any mistake left then brings that OB in immediately.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me to even challenge that out of bounds on the left.
See if you can make a good release, Peter, and not leave that thing open like he did the second shot on the last hole.
Good right.
Yeah, this is right. He wants it to go right to the fairway bunker.
Same swing, Peter.
Yeah, I've seen some balls over there. Players able to get up to the green. It all depends on that lie. Well, Mickelson hit a beautiful drive yesterday. He played a draw down the middle. He's made 3 pars on 15. Can he make a 4th?
This is aggressive, isn't it?
This is his strong 2-wood, John, 3-wood, whatever you call it.
Go on, baby. Go. Go.
Almost a dead straight shot challenging the middle bunker.
Saw it bounce.
Yeah. How good was that? Bold.
It's out there too. We can spin a shot in there.
Let's take another look at that with the Pro Tracer, as Roger said, challenging that middle bunker.
Go. Go.
Makes it a birdie hole now.
Yep, he's got a birdie. That's great position there, even with that very difficult hole location tight against that right side bunker. But Phil Mickelson, after that great putt back at 14, he's just one back of our leader, Justin Rose. And boy, this young man, he's ready to win his first major championship.
Justin Rose with his second at 16, 171 yards. The hill, hole location middle left. Hard to get it on that little shelf, and if it comes up short like that, it will funnel all the way back down into a low area.
That was close to a terrific shot.
It was within a few feet, Johnny. Within a few feet now. Not an easy 2-putt, steeply uphill. 17.
This was just earlier. Jason Day came up short, putting his way up a couple of levels here.
So slow. You get the right distance, it'll go sideways at the end. And it looks pretty good if it gets a little more.
Day will have that for par to remain 2 back.
It's really a 4-man race with Day at 2 and Mahan at 1 and Mickelson at 1 over and Rose at even. So it's those 4 guys. One of those guys is going to win a major.
And of those 4, everyone majorless except Mickelson. This is Day for par.
He seems to have the right stuff in these big championships. So that's a good sign for him. Good for his confidence.
And now he's got 18. A tough par 4. If he can get a +2 up there on the board,
he's got a shot.
He's got an excellent chance. Back at 15.
Roger, it doesn't look like he's enjoying this lie.
That's not very good. You know, from what I can see here, he's got 143 to the hole. I don't think he can aim anywhere near over that bunker. He has to look at the front left and hope he can get it there.
While he looks this over, let's go up to 16.
And where Justin Rose has this lengthy putt for a birdie out of this low area and steeply uphill. Has to leave this short. Oh, he gave it a good wrap. A good wrap. Whoa, whoa.
Man. Got a little turn at the end, too.
Back to 15.
Looks like he's going to be aiming left, as Roger said, trying to increase that angle, put it on the left side of the green.
Just couldn't get enough club on it.
And he's got even a tougher angle on his third. So now Mickelson with that very aggressive tee shot, Roger. This is now a birdie hole.
Oh yeah, only 121, just a wedge up the hill.
Get the hole!
This is left of the hole.
It's got to stop. That's going to go all the way to the front of the green.
What happened there? That was terrible. I quit on it.
You could hear him say he quit on it. That's why he left it left of the hole.
To 18.
And here's the huge tee shot for Jason Day. 511 yards.
Super tough drive. He's bogeyed this hole every day.
Toughest hole of the week.
This one looks pretty good. It needs a good bounce. It's up the left side.
He's caught the left rough, Mark.
And that rough has been mowed, but it is tough grass.
Back at 16.
Let's watch Justin Rose's reaction to that putt racing by the hole. He couldn't believe that he hit it that much too hard.
Have you been watching this putt
I
at all?
have, Johnny, and it actually goes back to the left, back toward the middle of the green, and most players have not read enough break.
I hope you watched the end of that putt because it moved right pretty good.
Kind of like that.
It was a good putt, but he misread it.
Yep. It's a three-way tie now at the top.
That second shot was awful good.
It was within a few feet, Johnny, of being a realistic birdie opportunity. His fourth three putt of the week, and it came at a very inopportune time. Back at 15.
Well, this is turning out to be survival of the fittest here. Hunter now with his third, and Roger, I don't know how he can get this close.
I don't either. It's not a particularly good lie. And, well, can you get it far enough to the back of the green to get the ball to come back toward the hole?
Well, you could earlier in the day, but with this rain that we just had, I don't think it's going to come all the way back.
Well, he came up and gave it a long look. I don't know if that's what he's thinking, but try to land it short of the hole and stop it. I just don't see much chance there.
You can see this big bunker here that he's going to be playing over. That's some 6 feet deep. You can see the back part of the green is what we were discussing.
Right by the hole. They need to go too high to get enough on it to come all the way back to the hole. Yep, I agree. I think the lie is sitting good enough. You got that little moisture in it. Yeah. I think it's a better play. I think you got to get it too high to come out all the way back. All right? Knock it in, bud. Right here.
There's a positive thought to leave you with, Peter.
I like that.
Knock it in right here.
Yeah, that earlier in the day that ball would have come back down, but that rain just softened the green just enough. So now Phil, he's got a very adventurous attempted birdie. I guess he's putting for birdie. You call it a birdie putt, but I think he's just trying to get it close.
I don't think he has a putt at the hole. I think the slope from the angle he's putting that comes into the green is sharp enough. It's going to just throw it way to his left.
He was talking with Bones about putting it up on the bank and having it come back down, but he figured that he couldn't do that.
And Justin Rose with 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes, trying to keep it together on this tough finish at 17 and 18.
Got a 5-iron in his hand. 229 to that back right hole location, trying to land it right in the 220 area and let it release back to the hole.
It's a big 5-iron.
Stand still, please, folks. Someone with some Velcro.
Well, there may not be any gallery back here, but there's a whole heck of a lot of media, and some of them are moving around a little bit.
Getting down to these final few holes, U.S. Open champion's going to come out of one of these final 4 groups.
Well, Mickelson and his caddy Jim Mackay have been giving this the thorough scrubbing that it deserves. And look at this. He's on the green and he's taken one of his 5 sand wedges, Roger.
You know, I really think this is the right choice. It's an extremely difficult play, certainly at this point in the competition, but I really believe it's his only chance to get it close.
And this is why he can't putt it. Bones was pointing just about where his pant leg is, or his short leg is. He just can't roll the ball at the flag, so he's going to try to loft it over the edge of that bunker. And he caught it thin. Just not going to come back enough.
Thought he could pull that off. Thought he could pull that one off.
So now there's nobody better at hitting shots like this than Phil Mickelson, and you can see that he just tries to nip that ball off the surface of the green, but caught it too thin. And it's just boiling down to who makes the fewest mistakes on these last 5 holes, John.
Yeah, Peter, I mean, you could have a 2-shot lead with 2 holes to go and lose by 2. I mean, you can have huge turns on the leaderboard.
Takes a little work to get these wicker baskets out of the cup, doesn't it?
Yeah, those things are heavy.
Yeah, they weigh about 8 or 9 pounds. The flag sticks made out of steel.
And they're awkward, but they're cool looking. Coolest flag sticks I've ever played with or seen.
All right, the 19-year-old amateur from Cal, Michael Kim, finishing up Collegiate Player of the Year. Born in South Korea, family moved to the U.S. when he was 7. Probably, you would think, a shoe-in for the U.S. Walker Cup team this September. A Walker Cup stage here at one of the championships that have come here to Marion, and the U.S. Open Low-Am of 2013 at +10. Final round 76 for Kim.
Yeah, Michael's got a great future. Just 19.
Back at 15.
Mahan now for his par. It's going to work a little to the right, but it is very quick, even as soft as the green is now, Raj.
Yeah, agreed. And as it loses speed, it can wiggle a little bit more than just a little, can it?
Yeah.
Never high enough.
Well, that's quick.
Yeah.
Well, this hole's winning on this group.
To 18.
Keep your head down and keep on to the 18th. Only hole without a birdie the last 2 rounds, 18.
This is actually one of the better lies I have seen in the rough. He's got 198 to the hole. A little bit on the downhill lie with the grass growing toward the hole.
He's bogeyed this hole every day.
This needs to hold its line. It's going left.
You were right, Mark. You got plenty of club. In fact, that would have been over the green. Just 22% of the players are hitting this green in regulation today. This is a brutal hole. This is number 5.
Back at 15.
Can Phil make another great save? No. So both Mickelson and Mahan have short putts for bogeys, and he knows where he stands. Look at him taking a look there at the leaderboard. He knows it's coming down to 4 guys.
Like Dan said, Jason Day, if he could make that up and in on the last hole and get in with a 2 over, who knows? Who knows?
+3 is what, you know, might be good enough at this point as well. He just such a brutal finish.
This is very makeable, but it is one of those little lies that is sort of sticky. You could hit this heavy. This would have been a good one to help with that 3-wood or 5-wood.
Very good break though, Johnny. It is uphill and he can be aggressive, and if there's any time you just want to have a little bit of margin for error, it's on the 17th and 18th here at Marion.
Not much break, pretty easy.
Okay, he's going to be at +1 going to the last. And that's the best position of anybody on the golf course right now.
Yeah, that was a fine tee shot. No.
Justin was chipping. This was at 15.
Man.
So 15 living up to its reputation. Take a look at this. It's just a dead push here. The U.S. Open, John, it just takes you out of your comfort zone, doesn't it?
Yeah, the guys get nervous. They leave the toe of the club on the irons, the drives, and the putter behind, and their pushes.
So Mickelson tapped in for his bogey. He drops to +2. Day is in the bunker alongside the green at 18 at +2. And Justin Rose is getting ready to play the 18th. And here is the bunker shot for Day. Mark.
He certainly would thinking about trying to hold this one.
He's very good out of the bunkers. It seems all Australians are.
Lips that one beautifully. And he could very well get in at +2. Jason Day was in big-time contention at the Masters just a couple of months ago. He bogeyed the 16th and the 17th on that final round to finish 2 shots out of the Scott Cabrera playoff. And we'll have that for an even final round of 70, back to 16.
Mickelson staying aggressive here as he did yesterday. One of his 2 woods.
Well, this is the forward. He has started it well to the right, trying to cut it back.
That's the fairway. Mahan also staying aggressive with a wood. A lot of guys have hit irons off this tee. Mahan played 2 beautiful shots here yesterday and actually made a birdie. Got to draw on those kind of memories.
Oh, baby! Oh, Hunter, come on, baby.
That's up the right side. Good position. To the 18th tee we go.
And Luke Donald has just driven. And Justin Rose is next. Donald at +6. Began the day 2 off the lead, but went out 42 and faded from contention. But here is Justin Rose. It has been 68 majors since an Englishman last won one. It was Nick Faldo at the '96 Masters. There's been so many good English players: Luke Donald, Poulter, Westwood, Paul Casey, and now Rose has a chance.
The most important tee shot of his life.
And he just has to block out the shot that he just saw and focus on his swing keys right now. This is down the right side. Don't know if it's going to catch the fairway. It needs to work its way back a little bit.
It is fine. And how about that? At first thought that might have been the Hogan plaque, but it's not. And now talk about the par putt of his life, which it could turn out to be. Jason Day to get in at +2.
That putt could have had chance for a playoff. And now I would say no chance.
+3 the lead down the clubhouse. Who knows? That might be the difference. +1 round of 71 for Jason Day. He's trying to follow up David Graham, who won the last U.S. Open stage here 32 years ago, also from Australia. +3 the last 8 holes after being tied after the 10th. Remember, he had that magical make at the 11th for bogey. And Billy Horschel is in with the final round, 74 +5 for the championship. Back at 16.
And Raj, have you had a chance to take a look at Mickelson's lie?
Yes, I have. It's sitting up way up, really. It's a tremendous lie. So, pretty good break.
Mahan will play first. And playing from the right center of the fairway, much better angle to try to get this ball near the hole location on the left.
It's very right to left. It should be a touch of help. It's a perfect good 7-iron. No doubt about it. But put the same swing on as you made the 8 on yesterday, okay? Absolutely money.
Sounds like they have decided on a 7-iron, and John Wood, referencing the beautiful approach he hit in here yesterday, said, remember, just like the 8-iron yesterday, when he hit it about 4 feet from the hole.
Just release that club at the bottom, Gary.
Keep turning. He likes it. Wants it to turn a little. And that should stay. That's on the proper level.
Do you? Absolutely. Why's that? The pin's just up top, and you got hurting wind, and you're playing out of the rough. Yeah, this is going to get through. It's good. Be close, but I think it's going to get through. Right to left wind.
Whatever club it is, Mickelson has decided it's going to get there. Not sure Bones is.
Actually, this is a little much. It feels like right now. Actually, as you can feel, you can see the flags over there on 17 green. Okay. Right to left wind.
The tree's not in the way at all, is it? Just barely off the line.
Just barely, but I think he'd go up and across it, actually.
It's good. It's good. Get it to stop that quickly out of the rough. So Phil Mickelson, a very approach shot at the 16th. He will have a putt for a birdie and a chance to tie the lead when we come back to the 113th U.S. Open.
Well, an excruciating wait for Justin Rose. His playing competitor Luke Donald hit it way right, so that is what the delay is all about here. All the cameras posing behind Justin Rose on a hole where 1950 Ben Hogan was captured in the most famous golf shot of ever, and just a little ways away from that plaque. He's about 8 yards behind it, 8 yards over, so not too far away from that famous 1-iron plaque that Ben Hogan put down there when he approached the green here at 18 to get into a playoff. And there is the pose by Ben Hogan, captured perfectly by Hy Peskin back in 1950. And after 39 years without a European champion of the U.S. Open, who knows? We could be on our way to having 3 in the last 4 years. But the wait will continue for Justin Rose over there at 18 as we go back to 16.
Mahan has a putt for a birdie.
Gotta believe. Must make.
Easy to read. Moves a little right in the middle of it. Hard to see. So Mahan will elect to go ahead and finish out. With par, but +3.
Yeah.
back up at 18.
The wait is just about over for Justin Rose.
He's got the exact same yardage that he had on 17, 229 to the hole. I'm sure he'd like to hit the exact same kind of shot.
Rose at +1.
Got the ball above his feet.
Mickelson behind him.
Very little wind, a little bit right to left.
With a makeable birdie putt at 16.
Starting at the center and drawing. If he's got the distance, it's a good shot.
Is it ever a good shot? That was drilled.
That's a good leave right there. That's a very good leave. Uphill with a putt, maybe a chip. Very fine shot. That was pure.
And while the ball was in the air, this was Mickelson at 16.
Birdie putt that moves ever so slightly to the right. Just off the hole. Live for the par. Opportunity missed. Mickelson stays one back.
So Justin Rose making his way up where all those great champions of yesteryear made the walk.
I'll tell you, those 2 irons you just hit at 17 and 18 were pure. I mean, you can't appreciate how tough those 2 shots are until you try to play them yourself. And he's going to be really happy with himself to be able to fly under the heaviest pressure there is in golf.
Justin Rose turned pro. He missed 28 of the first 33 cuts on the European Tour, including a streak of 21 in a row. That was after he flashed onto the scene as that amateur in that British Open back in 1998. Overnight sensation he became. His father, Ken, got him started in the game. He put a club in his hands when he was about a year old. His dad moved his family from South Africa, where Rose was born, in order to give the family better opportunities at the time. And Ken, his father, was his only coach growing up as he became a junior star. When he watched Justin win his very first European title back in 2002 before he passed away from leukemia later that year. As it's Father's Day here in the United States, as Justin Rose, where he credits his game and his passion and his love for golf. It all starts and ends with his late father, Ken.
I think it's got to be a pretty good one, don't you?
Back at 17. And Mickelson at +2.
Just think 1 second. Wind's starting to pick up here. Let's just see.
Put your phone away, sir. Marshall in the event.
Okay. Let's just see if it freshes here.
He birdied this hole yesterday.
I actually think this wind. Yeah, I agree.
Said he hit one of the best shots of his career right here yesterday.
Let's see if he's got another one. There's a bit of a funnel effect if you can hit a good one.
And with Rose in good shape at 18, it would appear that Mickelson's going to have to pick up a birdie either here or at 18, which is unlikely, especially at the last.
He just missed the ridge by about 3 feet. It would have moved right down close to the hole.
Shot. Really good shot.
But it's a very fine shot. But it's sort of like Justin Rose didn't do a good break on 16. Scott was doing just the opposite.
Committed to your line here, Rach, okay?
That's what he wanted. I didn't do an old ball mark.
Are we moving closer to a 6th runner-up finish in this U.S. Open?
I'll tell you, you'd like to hit that putt on 16 again.
This guy will have a lot to do with that. He's got a fairway medal from the back.
This is a very, very smart play here. I think to be able to hit the ball flush and just get it up there within 2 feet. That second shot he hit was almost impossible to get it close. That's about as close as you can get it almost. unless you hit a 1 out of 100 because the green goes away from the players.
I agree, Johnny. Anything to take the nerves out at this point, and he's got the exact same lie, just a little bit more uphill. Just has to be careful not to get too much loft on it.
Third were fantastic.
5 birdies, 5 bogeys, 8 pars for Justin Rose. Now look to the heavens. And you just might speculate that he could be thinking about his dad, Ken.
Well, that was a pretty little shot with that 3-wood from off the green that could have gone in.
Deep breath, eyes closed. This was left in the progression for Justin Rose, a major championship.
Fighting back tears right now.
He is. What a gut-wrenching finish. He is. Hoping that it's good enough. Major start. Justin Rose having his good friend, fellow Englishman Luke Donald, who will have to wait for his first major another turn. 75 for Donald, who is in his 40th major. And Justin Rose, one of the most likable golfers in the world, just might have put a U.S. Open title away with this death little shot with a fairway ball from the back. He's going to force Mickelson to birdie one of the last 2.
That's the kind of stuff champions are made of. Really played those 5 holes at last 5 that were so tough. Except for the 3-putt at 16, played them flawlessly.
Justin going into the clubhouse with his wife Kate. Reminds us a little bit about Webb Simpson last year, going to the clubhouse and waiting with his wife Dowd. Mahan needs a birdie finish to tie the +1 number that Rose is in at.
That double bogey made it 15 was pretty killer. Where are you, Roger?
I'm on the side of the ground, and it's a speedy one down this slope.
Can you think of any 2 holes that would be tougher to play 1 under or 2 under to force a playoff?
Well, not really. Certainly not when he already has this putt. If it had just gone another yard or so, maybe 2, and then he'd really have something to look at for birdie here, but a little less likely coming over this ridge.
So for number 10 for Phil Mickelson, really everything was a bit of a lip out, wasn't it?
Yeah, he hit a lot of good looking putts, but it just wasn't fortunate enough to make a lot of them. They just mostly spun out or just grazed the edge.
But you never know with Phil.
You never know, especially with him.
Never count him out.
He asked me coming down in the quarry what Justin was in with, and I told him he's in at +1, so he knows exactly what he needs to do.
This is really hard to get the right speed, Roger.
Yeah, it comes downhill and about halfway there, crosses a ridge, and this is speedy. You can see how far back in his stance he looks like he's going to try to pick the club up straight up in the air and drop it down on the ball. Kind of an awkward spot here.
officially up. So it has come down to the final two. Justin Rose in. Mickelson needs a red number here, either here or at 18 to tie the +1.
I was here this morning, and there were people in the stands then, and they've been waiting all day long for this last group, last bit of excitement.
Take a look at it. Pinpoint animation. 40-footer up the hill and then coming back down to the cup.
Definitely not an easy putt. It's a Phil kind of putt, though.
Mickelson has had the lead with 3 or less holes to play 4 times in the U.S. Open. He trails here by 1. They have all led to runner-up finishes. So he is going to need a birdie 3 at the 18th.
I know he didn't want to leave that short.
A hole where there has not been a birdie 3 in the last 2 rounds. He did birdie it late in the round on Friday. He finished up his second round. So it's doable. Justin Rose in there signing the card that he hopes will make him a major champion just a few moments from now.
He's very pleased with himself, how he held up.
Now Mahan for par.
Tough finish, isn't he? Real tough finish.
So hard, John, when you've been in the mix all day long, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a spot where you really just can't win, and hard to keep it together at that point.
You know, when he made that great up and in at 14, I was thinking, you know, it went too far, but it came back down the hill and makes the nice putt. I was thinking, well, maybe it's his time. But the double bogey on the 15th derailed him.
Not a single birdie all day for Hunter with 1 hole left. A little reminiscent of Jim Furyk last year at Olympic, when Furyk was still right there even though he didn't make a birdie.
Makes his putt for a 4 over for the day and 4 over for the championship,
which is solo 4th. Mickelson +2. Day is in at +3. Hunter just falling to +4. So this to go to the 18th hole, needing a birdie. In the last 2 rounds at 18, there have been a total of 11 all week at 18. And that's what Phil Mickelson needs to avoid another close call, but no victory at the U.S. Open. And the last champion to birdie the 72nd hole in the U.S. Open to force a playoff was Tiger back at Torrey Pines. Remember that in the Rocco Mediate playoff the next day. It's happened a total of 7 times over the years.
Torrey has a par 5 finish, which is not very unusual for a U.S. Open, so it's much easier. This really is a par 5. We want to know the truth.
Barely made it into the fairway yesterday.
Yeah, it's more wind,
and the hole was back on the team ground all the way back at 5:30. It's 5:11 today. First things first, get it in the fairway, Roger.
Absolutely, and I got to believe this is his longest wood today, that Super 3 wood. Oh, this is going left. This is going to miss quite a bit left.
Well,
sitting up.
Wow, he got a break there. That's like the lie he had at 16 that sat up for some reason. So it's still a chance.
Coming up to the 18th green, where the second to last group of Stricker and Schwartzel got off to a rough start. Schwartzel did birdie the first hole to get it to 1 under, but it's been rough going for him and Steve Stricker, who again made a triple bogey at the par 5 second and was out in 41 plus 5, but has kept it together impressively since then, as he was trying to become the oldest U.S. Open champion ever at the age of 46 and finally break his major drought in 59 majors. So this for par to get in at +6. Made a nice par saver yesterday in the third round, does so again today. But that major win will continue for Steve Stricker. One group left to decide the U.S. Open. Mickelson, sitting with a decent lie in the left rough, needs a birdie to tie Justin Rose, who's hoping that his major drought is finally over. Inside the clubhouse, this was Justin Rose watching himself on the monitor as we went to the commercial. He looked to the heavens, he and his wife Kate, and he was overcome with emotion. On the cusp of winning the United States Open. One last player to dodge, and that is Mickelson, who needs a birdie 3. Roger, you're out there, and the lie doesn't look too bad, or what's it look like to you?
The lie is not bad. Maybe just a little greasy, but he's going to have to aim this ball at the right bunker, greenside bunker, maybe at the right part of that greenside bunker, and hit a pretty good sized cut, Johnny. So tough shot.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to see this hole location, folks. The green goes up to like a peak, and then it just runs away, and the hole is on the downslope where you almost can't get it close. I mean, it's unless it just happened to stop at the top of the peak and then just trickle over. It's that's why Justin Rose shot, probably to you viewers, didn't look like it was that great, but it was terrific.
What is it, just up top?
Well, he's at the point now he needs kind of a miracle, really.
Yeah, he does, because he's going to have to do a little bit of chasing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it can land on the front of the green and chase up to the top, and then it's almost got to pause and then go over to get that birdie chance. Unless he makes one of his fill chip-ins or sand shots in the hole, which is not out of the question either.
Excuse me, I misspoke earlier. He's got 224 to the hole.
Short.
Gonna have to hold that.
You had the right idea.
I had a shot. I just
Now Mahan, Raj.
And he has 217 left.
Mahan was at +1 through 14. Tied for the lead. Double at 15. Bogey at 17 has dropped him to +4. Solo fourth at the moment.
Even if he holds it out, it's not good enough.
This is flamed right. Got to go to carry that bunker. No, it's in that right front bunker.
He had quite a few of those coming in, Roger. That's something he's going to have to work on under pressure.
Is Mickelson about to feel another crushing blow of a runner-up in a U.S. Open? It just seemed to be in the cards this week flew back to the West Coast to be at his daughter's 8th grade graduation. Red-eyed back just before the first round. Had the sensational run of 67, which matched his lowest opening round in an Open. And then came into this final round as the only player under par, 1 under, and then when it looked like it might be slipping away, he holed out for an eagle at the 10th to seize the lead at even. Is it just going to be too little too late again? Already has the record of 5 second-place finishes in this championship. They began back in 1999 when Payne Stewart made the par putt at the 72nd hole. The latest in 2009 at Bethpage, where he came up short again.
And he's going to dig as deep as he can get to make this miraculous hole out.
His father Phil Sr. is here. Amy and the kids back on the West Coast watching. And watching Dad with one last strike here to try to pull off a magical finish at Merion. The crowd is backed in there behind him to see if he can pull it off.
Well, I'm sure he's going to probably take that wedge that he stuck in the bag, especially for Merion, the 64-degreer, and land it actually on the downslope with 1 hop bite trickle in. That's what he's visualizing, I would think. But maybe not. Maybe he's going to try to hit it into the bank, but the other one's easier to make.
Listen to the crowd cheer Phil on his birthday on Father's Day one last time. They haven't given up hope.
Well, he had a million chances today, though, if he doesn't win. He really did.
Familiar refrain at the U.S. Open for Mickelson, huh?
And 2 double bogeys today and still has an outside shot to get in the playoff. 35 putts. Putter let him down. Well, I'm not counting him out yet, though. I'd say the odds are 1 in 100, but.
Mahan from the bunker, Roger.
Yeah, inside of Phil, but obviously that's going to be the shot of decision. So Hunter going first. A decent lie in this bunker, but once he gets past that break in the green, Johnny, as you say, it starts to run away.
Those final 4 players who had a chance late in this final round are lined up on the leaderboard. 1, 2, 3, 4 over. Man, the +4 man. Has a good chance at staying there. Beautiful shot.
You can see how fast that is. That ball actually came to a stop. Then he decided to roll again.
Justin Rose is soaking up all the history here at Merion. And it looks like he's about to be a part of it. Unless Mickelson and Merion have some kind of mystique here of their own. One last shot to dodge for Justin Rose. And Mickelson is going to give it every ounce.
What do you think, Roger? Is it the spinner?
I would think he's got to get the low one with some check on it, yeah. And then let it release past that break. That's my thought anyway.
Wouldn't surprise me if he did that shot or the higher one. I think he's practicing the lower one, as you're calling. Back in the stance. He's going with the spinner. Driving spinner.
Walking it up. Justin Rose is a U.S. Open champion at Merion. His wife Kate was a little bit of a delay in there, so it came a little later than news for Justin.
All that hard work and gorgeous swing and technique paid off. I That's a great feeling. I tell you, I went through that exact same thing at Oakmont. Had to wait and watch. It's a great feeling when that last chip or putt doesn't go in.
Olin Dutra in 34, Ben Hogan 1950, Lee Trevino 1971, David Graham 81, Justin Rose 32 years later, when this golf course looked like it would never host another championship of this magnitude, has its latest champion in Justin Rose.
And nobody matched par.
Nicholson 4 par. Now to seal another runner-up finish in a U.S. Open. And a tie for second. Behind the winner for the 6th time. And now 23 U.S. Opens.
Well, he's a gracious man of defeat, I'll tell you that. He knows he tried every shot the best he could. Just those 2 double bogeys did it.
How many times have we seen that look on Phil's face at a U.S. Open? Just amazing to fathom that it's 6 times. Mahan for par. Another lost stroke down the finish. Bogey for Mahan. Tied for 4th, his career best finish in a major. As he got a taste of it big time for the first time late in the game. 43 years old today, Phil Mickelson's U.S. Open will have to wait. Justin Rose is the man at Merion. In the 5th U.S. Open staged here. Final round 70. 2-shot win over Mickelson and Day. Mahan, Horschel, Duffner, and Else. 4 back at +5. Tough start for Stricker. Kept it together though, but on his way to a final round 76. U.S. Open tough is Justin Rose. Survives the mania at Merion to win the title.